Good afternoon, and welcome to the afternoon session of the Landmarks Preservation Commission's public hearing and public meeting for October 28th, 2025. We're going to resume with public hearing item number 4. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala.
Thank you. Public hearing item number 4 is LPC 26-02157. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 488, Lot 25. 392 West Broadway in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. This is an Italianate-style commercial store and loft building designed by John H. Whitenack and built in 1872 to 73. And the application is to construct a rooftop addition, modify the fire escape and parapets, and replace windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Rosani with Michaels and Rice Architects. As Corey indicated, our project has multiple aspects to it, several of which are being handled at staff, but the items that we're here to discuss today is the removal of the fire escape ladders at the front of the building, removing the divided windows at the fire escapes and replacing them with a full width window, constructing a rooftop addition, and extending the parapets on the roof to align with the new roof that we're proposing, and the construction of 4 new fireplace flues. You can see here we have our historical image on the left side with our current condition of the building. Here you can see the existing ladders of the fire escape that are being proposed to be removed, as well as the elevator bulkhead at the top left corner of the building, which we're proposing to remove from the building. Image of the rear of the building, just for context, which we're working with staff on. Here's an existing and proposed front elevation showing what that removal of the fire escape ladders would look like. We are proposing to restore the existing baskets where deteriorated or the floorboards are missing. We have a detailed view of the removal of that center bay and the windows at the fire escapes. You can see how they are currently divided into 2 smaller windows, and we're proposing to create 1 new larger opening. Existing and proposed rear elevations where you can see the extent of the raising of the parapet at the rear of the building, as well as the penthouse addition at the top. We can go through some of the plans if need be. Here's a axonometric view of the proposed rooftop addition that we are proposing. These are colored renderings showing the proposed materials of that penthouse structure, which is going to have a black mini brick and a soldier course with a metal fascia band. These are the proposed materials for that rooftop addition at the penthouse level. We have existing and proposed side elevations of the building, showing again the extent that we're leveling out the parapets of that north wall and the penthouse behind it. Given the height of the parapets, we are proposing a glass railing above the parapets to meet our compliance for building code for safety on the roof. Elevations of the penthouse, building section. And these are some photo studies that we took of the physical mock-up that we constructed on the building. You can see in the orange netting is where the mock-up was built. We have some additional photographs showing, where that mock-up is constructed and what it looked like without the mock-up, so you can see the adjacent buildings around us. And then we did some renderings of those photographs to see the extension of the parapets, the glass railings above with the fireplace flues, and then you can see just a small portion of that penthouse structure sitting above those railings. Again, one of the further views. And then from the rear, you can see again extending that parapet above and the railing with the fascia of the penthouse. These are just some examples of some other buildings in Soho that had fire escapes, ladders removed. And I'd like to open it to any questions that you might have.
Great. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Chu and then Commissioner Ginsburg.
So you're removing the existing elevator in the corner of the building?
Correct.
So that elevator, but you're replacing with the new elevator.
We are.
Similar
So right now
spot.
the machine room for that elevator is on the roof.
Okay,
And what we're proposing is it's also not big enough. So in order to accommodate this building, we have to have a structure compliant elevator. So we had to rebuild the shaft. And by doing that, we determined to use a different type of elevator that would have the machine room in the cellar
right.
to avoid this visibility out in front of the building.
Okay, so in your proposed views, the mass is gone and you just have the addition behind setback.
Yes.
Could you show me those views again? Sorry. From the street. There's no overrun that pops up that's visible.
It won't be visible. You can see in the building section.
Okay.
We're looking at
All
about
right.
an 18-inch pop-up, which will be below the cornice.
Got it.
So it shouldn't be visible from the street.
Okay, so that's what's showing as a square in the plan, on the roof plan. That's
Yeah,
that
that's what's on the
pop-up.
roof plan with
Okay,
that pop-up. correct.
okay.
But in our mock-up, in the renderings that we did,
You'd take it off.
again, from this angle, you don't see that elevator machine room, but it is there still.
Okay. And does this represent the rooftop addition correctly,
Yes,
accurately?
This black band is the
Yeah,
fascia of
yeah.
the penthouse. So what you're seeing, if we go to the elevation drawings, you look here, what you're basically seeing in that image is this corner right here
Yeah,
and that band that goes across.
okay,
And this is actually the wall right here that faces north.
okay. And the wire tower is the adjacent building?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
Well, I believe
I
you
didn't-
might have seen them a few months ago.
Yes,
Yes. So we are working with the retail tenant in the building, 7 for All Mankind, and I don't know if they've actually got a permit yet, but I saw that they did get approval at a hearing for a smaller version of
Right.
that mural. So part of our work that we'll be doing with staff is to stripping this north facade, repointing the wall, and then coordinating our efforts with the tenant when they put their new mural back, because we don't want to go ahead and repoint the wall or have them paint the mural, then we have us to kind of repoint it again.
and then hopefully they'll use or make sure they use breathable masonry paint.
Yes. Yeah, and they haven't really given me any drawings or indications of what they got approved, but all they gave me was a size so far, which is substantially smaller than what's here.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay. Is there anybody in this room who would like to speak on this item? Okay, noting that there isn't, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Thompson for remote testimony.
Those joining us via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Our first speaker will be Kaylee Johnson. I'll be promoting you to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kaylee Johnson, speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HTC finds the removal of the fire escape ladders to be inappropriate. The ladders, no longer serving as a safety feature, contribute to the aesthetic character of the building and as an iconic element of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. We also wonder if there may be a missed opportunity for the rooftop to have a stronger relationship to the rest of the building. Perhaps this can be solved by implementing cast iron-inspired elements in the rooftop addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else joining us via Zoom who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Being none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends approval.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to any of the comments? Or?
The only thing I'd like to add is our design team did take some inspiration from the building, and although it's partially part of this commission review, you can see in the existing windows there is a curved brick mold, which is about a 2-3 inch wood brick mold that wraps the windows. And we did take into consideration some of those curved elements of the penthouse design to kind of reflect back to that curvature of the window. And we do have that same element kind of working interior as well in some of the plans. So we tried to kind of, bring that curved element into the design via those windows.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg?
This is really a question for staff. My understanding is we've often approved the removal of fire escape ladders and just keeping the baskets like they're proposing?
Yes, I think that is a common approval and seen as a nice compromise to keeping the most important aspect of the fire escape and where it has the decorative ironwork while removing the functional pieces that could be a hazard, if not actually being used for its original purpose.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Mayen, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So move.
Commissioner Goldblum, would you second? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you like to start this discussion?
Love to. So let me just go through my notes here. In general, I think this is appropriate and approvable. The change in the elevator bulkhead is a big plus because the old bulkhead is pretty prominent and not particularly attractive. Although the rooftop is to some degree visible, where it's visible, it is in front of and much smaller than the adjacent rooftop. And so I think is appropriate and not an issue. The getting rid of the fire escape ladders is, I noted in my question or got confirmation, is something we all often do. Restoration of the baskets will keep the feeling. And then the change in the windows, I think, is a positive change. So I find this appropriate.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Mayen?
I concur with Commissioner Ginsburg.
Thank you. Does anybody have any other thoughts on this item? Okay, it looks like we can go ahead and read the motion. Thank you.
You want me to read it here? With regards to LPC 26-02157, 392 West Broadway, Soho and Cast Iron Historic District Extension, an Italianate-style commercial store and loft building designed by John H. Whitenack and built 1872-73. Application is to construct a rooftop addition, modify the fire escapes and parapet, and replace the windows. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed rooftop addition will not be visible over the primary facade of the building, that the proposed rooftop addition, raised parapets and railing will be visible only over the secondary north and west facades and will be seen in context of a large bulkhead on a background building from rooftop structures found along the street and throughout the historic district. That the rooftop addition will be set back from the visible front, side, and rear facade, thereby maintaining a sense of the building's original massing. That the design and materiality of the rooftop addition, featuring gray thin brick cladding, a black metal framed canopy, and wood slats and black metal windows and door assembly, will be in keeping with the treatment of rooftop additions and other rooftop accretions found throughout the historic district. That the chimney flue will be extended to the minimum height required to meet safety regulations, that the north and west parapets will be raised using new masonry to match the existing masonry below and will blend with the plain secondary facades, that the replacement of the paired 2/2 double hung windows behind the fire escapes with new single 1/2 double hung windows will match the other historic windows throughout the primary facade, that the historic fire escape baskets will be retained and restored, and the proposed removal of the ladder and stairs will have limited visual impact on the facade and will not result in the loss of significant historic fabric, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension.
Thank you. Commissioner Mayen, can you second that?
Second it.
Thank you. And Mark, can you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu, Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Equimbe,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
That's been approved. Thank you. Yeah. Let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 5, LPC 26-02673, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 622, Lot 37, 280 West 11th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a federal-style row house built in 1818 and altered in 1929 by Emilio Levy. The application is to alter the front facade and areaway, enlarge a studio window, create a window opening, modify the existing rooftop addition, and construct a rear yard addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Cass Stackelberg, Higgins, Quaysbarth, and Partners. I'll be presenting today with Valerie Campbell of HSF Kramer and Jordan Rogrove, Principal at DXA Studio. As Corey mentioned, the project addresses 280 West 11th Street, located on the south side of 11th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. Noted here in the Sanborn map, and you can see it here right behind this tree here. The building has its origins going back to 1818, and according to the designation report, was likely built along with 282, which you can just see a piece of here. 280, though, has seen at least 3 significant periods of alterations, and as part of the overall approach and goals of this project, we really intend to acknowledge those changes and to respect the layers of history, but to make modest changes on the front facade that are really kind of, as we see, improvements and updates to some of the modifications that were made in the last period of a change in the 1920s, and as well make changes on the rear elevation that are not visible from the surrounding streets. Some additional photographs of the building and its, let's say, sister building at 282. Street view on the left, overall view, and then a detail of the base of the building at 282 on the lower right, and the base of the building at 280 above that. The designation report notes the changes that were made in the 1920s and even indicates that, quote, by raising the floor joists of the old floor, an entrance floor at street level has been achieved while reducing the heights of the floors above. And you can see in the photo here on the upper right, this somewhat awkward sort of arrangement of smaller windows and shifted window openings here. We'll look at that in greater detail. And that is sort of paired with what remains of the 1880 Federal House at 282. There are some interesting alignments still that remain, particularly here at the second floor. But the third floor, while the sills align, the heads of these windows do not, because at 280, the upper floors were actually extended and an addition was added. We think sometime in the 1840s, there was a full height, a full floor added to the top of this building, and then a full height extension off the back of the house as well. So there were early changes made to 280, but there are some connections between the two buildings, and we think obviously maintaining those is an important piece of the story that continues in the district in this part of West 11th Street. Sorry. Some detailed photograph of the base of the building, just sort of illustrating how the changes were made in the 1920s. So at the time, and you can see the window opening here at 282, there were windows here and here, and then the entry, the raised stoop was here. And basically what was done was that the windows were shifted north, up and down. Additional windows were inserted. The small window with the shutters was inserted just above where the entry was. And then the entire entry assembly was shifted down to grade to create this at-grade entry. The areaway in the 1920s was infilled, and a railing, a simple picket railing, was added into the front of this planter on the front elevation. Sorry. The entry door here, a little bit more detail. It's actually a relatively short door, a fan light, which we believe may date back to the 1818 building. That was integrated into the entry, and you can see the brick that was inserted to sort of accommodate the shifts of these openings. Windows at the second floor here, just simple steel lintels with stucco above it. And then these lintels, splayed lintels, these are actually brick, not stone, all painted. And historically, in the 1920s, all this was done, and then the whole facade was painted. And that probably explains why the quality of work wasn't really focused on. And it's pretty rough. And then in the 1970s, under staff approval, the paint was removed, revealing the sort of scars that occurred in the 1920s. As well, flues or vents were also inserted into the facade. And this photograph in the middle, interestingly, the base of the building, keeping with the time of the building's construction in the 1818s, is all laid up in Flemish bond, and then this dashed line indicates the transition from the Flemish bond from the early years of the building, from the 1818s, to common bond on the top floor, where the building was extended, we think, in the 1840s, but certainly by 1854. A view of the areaway in front of 280, as I mentioned, it's infilled. There's physical evidence below of a coal chute and a ladder that historically opened to an open areaway, and that aligns with the areaway at 282. The side elevations have been parged with stucco. As part of the 1920s alteration, this top floor, the studio top floor, was added with a studio window. Chimneys were extended on both the east and west sides of the building. On the roof, on the photo on the right, just shows the tall chimneys visible from the street today. This simple chain link fence around the occupiable roof, vents, mechanical equipment, and then off the back of the studio extension, basically on the roof of the 5th floor, the solarium that was added, we think, sometime in the 1970s or 1980s. On the back of the house, this also illustrates the layers of change that have occurred at this building. And so an overall view of the building, the back of the house on the left, and then some detailed photos on the right. And what you'll begin to see as you look at some of these details is that historically, the 1840s extension, this full height extension off the back of the house, there were just 3 punched openings typical of the backs of houses on this block and throughout the village. Many of those were infilled, and different window openings were created across the back of the building. On the upper floors, there are different arrangements of windows, different infills, lintels that don't align, sills that don't align. It's a bit of a sort of a mix and hybrid on the back of the house. I'll also just point out, you can see the back of 282 here on the left margin of the photograph. So this is the wood-clad, clapboard back of that federal house. So the relationship between these two buildings, which we think, according to the designation report, were constructed together by the middle of the 19th century, they had very much gone in separate directions. We prepared this diagram just to illustrate the sort of layers of change of the building. So the red represents the volume of the original building, the 1818 construction. Green is what we can tell from historic maps was the enlarged building. So the top floor was added, and then a full height extension off the back of the building, and that was done by 1854. And then in the 1920s, modifications to the lower 2 floors on the street facade, the addition of this studio floor, and then on the back, modifications to masonry openings on the back of the house. As well, this enclosure on the roof as well. The documentation also indicates that in the 1880s, there was a significant fire in the building. And all this is to really illustrate that both in terms of the building's envelope, but also the building section, there is a sort of a hybrid, sort of additive quality to the structure. So there are different periods and layers of structural components, and Jordan will speak more to the challenges that presents. But this diagram just illustrates the varying layers. So the red indicates the 1818 floor levels. This level here was removed in the 1920s, as was this, and then new floors inserted. And then in the green, indicating the extension in the first half of the 19th century, the yellow, the pink and purple, noting the 1920s alterations, and then that addition off the back of the house. So again, significant alterations apparent throughout the building's history, at least 3 significant campaigns, along with the repairs required as part of the fire, which the application of the DOB application from the 1880s notes at least that the roof was replaced and perhaps other joists as well. Looking at some historic maps, the earliest map we could find of the block is from 1854, and by 1854, The building is shown in pink. The neighbor at 282 is yellow, indicating a frame structure similar to what's there today. And then the house at 280 is both deeper and shown in pink. So we're comfortable saying that the house had been enlarged by 1854. The two maps across the bottom of the slide really indicate kind of the densification of the block. So the introduction of much larger buildings, 6-story tenement buildings, particularly along the south side on Perry Street, but also at the east end of the block. The 1904 map also shows a series of 1-story structures in the backyards of the block, and these sort of unusual lot lines off this north side of Bleecker Street. By 1950, those structures in the rear had been removed, and there's another chapter here to describe about the history there. But you can see again sort of the building highlighted here, and the separation of 280 and 282 as early as the 1850s. Historic photographs of the building. The earliest photos we've been able to find are from 1830 on the left, a tax photo from the 1940s in the middle, and then the designation photo from the 1960s. And these illustrate, and I think this one in the middle perhaps shows most clearly the continuity at this floor level of the sills and lintels all aligning, the modifications that had happened at the base in the 1920s, and then the extension that you can see the sills aligning here, but then this top, these windows and the ones above, obviously part of the 1840s extension of the building. One kind of interesting note, and again, one that's obviously being retained as part of the building and illustrating the layers, is the windows here up at this current 4th floor are 3/6 windows. And that was really in part to sort of accommodate the stretched openings. So they couldn't quite get to a 6/6 as they did on other floors. So they had a top sash that was shorter than the bottom sash, and that condition persists today and will be restored as part of the overall scope of the project. At the time that the work at the building in the 1920s was taking place, this was really part of a broad movement, particularly in Greenwich Village, to sort of update and refresh row houses in particular. And Andrew Dolkart has written a book, Row House Reborn, that really chronicles this evolution of buildings really throughout the city, but focusing particularly in this presentation on some of the changes that occurred throughout Greenwich Village. And we have two examples here, one on Washington Place, one on Waverly Place. And I think we show these because so many of these alterations that were done with a very sort of a real composition in mind. The house on Washington Place, the sort of full elevation composition, the one as well on Waverly Place, whole elevations redone. Sometimes the stoops were removed, sometimes they were retained, but there was a sort of an overall redesign of the facade. And I think that's in contrast to 280 West 11th, where the lower 2 floors were done perhaps not as comprehensively or perhaps as well as some of these others. But this was part of a broad movement in the 19-teens and 20s in particular to rework these row houses, as I said, particularly in the village. A few other examples, 75 Bedford Street on the left, which was done actually part of a group of houses on Bedford and Commerce Street. It was referred to at the time as being a sophisticated transformation. The one in the middle on West 11th Street, again, was sort of ganging up of parlor floor windows, the hood over the windows, the shutters, and of course the addition of these studio windows, these very large scale glazed areas to bring in natural light into these upper floors. And then the house on West 8th Street, I think perhaps is the best corollary for what we're looking at 280 West 11th Street, where you have now an at-grade, the stoop was removed, you've got an at-grade entrance with a pronounced enframement, this sort of small window to accommodate the changes in height, and then these large parlor floor windows. Again, this done in a sort of more comprehensive sort of composed way compared to what we have on 11th Street. So also at this time, there was a movement in the city to create shared garden spaces behind many of these row houses in Greenwich Village, but also elsewhere throughout the city. And in this end of this block, in 1929, there was an agreement that was entered into among all the owners of these houses, and they're numbered on the map on the right, to establish something referred to as Bleecker Gardens. And this was a sort of a shared space behind the houses that was used really just as a sort of an open play space. And the agreement noted that there were to be no fences between individual lots, and that this was common space. And there were regulations put in particularly about use. So there couldn't be any commercial uses, there couldn't be any hotel, it was all sort of residential in character. There was also a shared heating and hot water plant as part of this agreement that was established. And this agreement has lasted for close to 100 years. The agreement has been renewed every 30 years. And I think it's important to note that I believe it was in 1990, the agreement was updated, and there are some, and we'll talk more about this later in the presentation, but there are particular parts of the shared space in the back, or at least the backs, that were sort of carved out of the shared space. They're referred to sort of as private, and they're at the back of 280, 282, and then the three houses down in this corner. And I think it's relevant in this discussion because this agreement really focused on the shared garden space, and those carve-outs really are not part of that shared space. They're really more part of the sort of private space that is particular to those houses that back up onto the shared space. These communal gardens were, as I mentioned, were sort of spread throughout the city, a trend in the 1920s, and many of them were developer-driven. I've got two examples: McDougal Sullivan Gardens, which is its own historic district, similar to Turtle Bay Gardens. These were buildings that were bought up by a single entity, rehabbed, and then sold separately. And then there's a unity in the architecture, both on the front and the rears, the sort of communal planted areas in the rear, whereas Bleecker Gardens was perhaps maybe a bit more ad hoc. There wasn't a sort of an aesthetic overlay. It was really about maintaining this central space that was meant to be sort of a shared garden space. And looking at that space today, so a handful of photographs. This is a view south from the back of 280, looking south into that shared space, and you see the back of the houses that front onto Bleecker Street. Some are painted, some have exposed brick, varying degrees of detailing, ironwork, punched openings, and this here on the left margin, you can just see this is this 6th-floor tenement here that extends into the gardens, not part of that shared space. And these areas in white are actually the areas that were carved out in the agreement as being not part of that shared space. So they're sort of private and attached to the backs of those houses. And then a view looking north from the backs of the houses on Perry Street, looking north, and then this is the back of 280 here. And you can see here in the key plan, the lot itself extends 95 feet back to here, but about 45 plus feet are all part of that shared space. The back of the two houses, again, the back of 280 here on the right, and the back of 282. As I mentioned, these two houses presumably looked identical in 1818 when they were constructed, but at least by 1854, the back of 280 had been completely reconstructed, extended a floor, and redone in brick. So this relationship, let's say, between the two buildings, perhaps that were built as perhaps a row, was lost almost 200 years ago. Looking at the block itself, you can see there are a number of large-scale intrusions into the block, as I illustrated before. There are extensions of varying heights off of these buildings throughout the block, and I think that the proposal that we're going to share with you is very much consistent with proposals that the Commission has approved, a few on Barrow Street, 51 Barrow, 74 Washington Place, where there have been full-height rear yard extensions, as well as two-story bump outs off the backs of those. So what we're proposing is really consistent with what the Commission has seen elsewhere throughout the district. And then finally, before Valerie steps in, just an overview of the back of the houses on this side of 11th Street, 280 here, 282, and then the houses to the east. And I think it's worth noting these are all a bit deeper in plan than 280. There are two-story extensions off of these houses, and then this is just the general context in the shared space. And then these planters here define the sort of private space behind 280 inboard of those planters.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Valerie Campbell, a partner at HSF Kramer, and I'm Land Use Counsel to the owner of the property. Before Jordan presents the design, I wanted to say a few words about the agreement that governs the common use of the gardens and play space that dates from 1929. On June 1st, 1999, the agreement was restated and amended, and the term was extended to July 1st, 2039. The agreement is recorded, and it essentially imposes a set of restrictive covenants on the townhouses located at 83 through 87 Perry Street, 385 through 397 Bleecker Street, and 280 through 284 West 11th Street. The shared garden and play space is managed by the Bleecker Gardens Corporation, a not-for-profit corporation whose shareholders are the owners of the referenced townhouses. The agreement provides for the common use, maintenance by the Bleecker Garden Corporation, and prohibits construction in the shared garden and play space. In the case of 280 West 11th Street, it should be noted that the rearmost 39 feet of its 95-foot deep lot, or approximately 40% of the lot, is occupied by the shared garden and play space. However, the agreement explicitly excludes certain areas at the rear of the townhouses, including the private walled terrace of 280 and 282 West 11th Street, from the defined garden and play space. The areaways of 385 through 87 Bleecker Street and 87 Perry Street are also excluded from this space. And those are the areas that you see that are white at the rear of the townhouses on the 11th Street. These excluded areas are subject to the general restrictions applicable to all of the parcels outside of the defined garden and play space, which generally restrict the height of the buildings to 4 stories or to the height of the existing buildings. The proposed enlargement of 280 West 11th Street extends into, but is entirely within the confines of its private walled terrace. The enlargement clearly conforms with the agreement, which does not prohibit construction outside of the defined garden and play space. It also complies with zoning, which would require only a 20-foot rear yard. Here, 39 feet is provided. So with that sort of overview, I'll now pass it to Jordan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jordan Rogoff. I'm principal at DXA Studio. I am going to walk you through the proposed design, but before I start, I just wanted to kind of reiterate 3 principles to our design approach, and one really speaks to the layered history and this juxtaposition between the 19th and 20th century building campaigns that resulted in some kind of whimsical, charming moments. The second big element was really trying to reconcile some major programmatic issues that exist because of that 1929 alteration, in which an additional floor was really shoehorned in, resulting in sub 8-foot floor to ceiling. So we actually have about 3 floors that are about 7.6 to 7.9. That presents a problem when you start to bring in kind of contemporary support systems like sprinklers, air handling, and even lighting. So that was kind of a major consideration here. And then the third was really that at least 1 or 2 of those building campaigns that happened over the history of the building were pretty low quality and reason for concern from both a structural and kind of long-term weatherproofing and energy performance perspective. So that guided a lot of the decisions made throughout the course of the design development. Starting with the existing elevation on the left, the original 1818 building stoop was removed in 1929, and the door was relocated down to grade. That allowed them to lower what was the parlor level down to the ground floor and essentially insert a mezzanine. Then removing the original parlor level windows, an additional row of windows was inserted. And then our favorite moment that we refer to as the Malkovich window was born directly above the door. So we love that charming moment of the Malkovich window and the door brought down to grade, but had some concerns. The door itself and the existing elevation over there is kind of a standard Home Depot door, about 32 inches wide, 6'8" tall. Not really in line proportionally to the kind of grander composition. We'd like to restore a larger door and have been referencing 282, the building to the west, that has an elegant larger door, and that a door that its full width goes to in alignment with the fan light up above. So those pilasters had been placed on there, I think, in that 1929 campaign, and the door shrunk. So that was kind of the first move at the ground floor. We also want to bring that door westward about 10 inches to allow for some structural reinforcement in the corner of the building. So you'll see that we've kind of nudged it westward a little bit, bringing the Malkovich window along, and then removing that additional row of windows at the mezzanine level and bringing back larger parlor windows at that level. The whole time we've been very cognizant of the fact that we have this beautiful Flemish bond brick, and we've tried to locate the new windows within that range of the common bond infill that happened in that 1929 campaign. Moving up through the building, the other element we gave quite a bit of attention to is the studio level that was built in 1929. We are proposing to enlarge the studio fenestration with a insulated glazing unit for energy performance. Right now, the current composition also not too crazy about the proportional relationship of what was done there or the quality of the construction. So we're going to have a more robust thermally insulated glazing system, which is a sky frame slope system that is very much in character with a lot of the studio fenestration that you see throughout the district from that Bohemian period. And then finally, the building was in no way compliant with the exhaust of several fireplace and boiler exhaust flues and chimneys. We'd like to extend those up to become code compliant. We'd also like to bring up or proposing to bring up an elevator overrun. It should be noted that the elevator last floor served as the studio level to minimize the bulkhead, and then a stair bulkhead as well. So that's kind of the addition to the roof, but all of it pushed back as far south as possible to be minimally visible. The building, we believe, had an original areaway, which was infilled at some point. There are kind of vestigial traces of that areaway in the form of a coal chute and a ladder hatch. So we'd like to bring that back to restore access to the basement to ease in sort of refuse disposal and accessibility of the house. This is the areaway of the neighboring building in 282 for reference. We believe their areaway is a little shallower than ours was, given that the floor plates didn't align until you get up to the second floor. This is the proposed enlarged door. This would be a wood door, painted a deep hunter green, which matched the paint samples that we got from the original cornice. And then importantly, what we believe to be the original fan light from 1818, bringing that along that 10-inch migration to the west, restoring that and reconstituting the archway above that. And this is the full transom detailing. Similarly, for the windows on the primary facade, we want to switch to a simulated divided light and insulated glazing, again, in an effort to meet contemporary energy code and some of the daunting benchmarks in the 2030 and 2050 plan. There exists a series of wrought iron window grills that we've kind of pulled for inspiration for the steelwork down at the front yard and the gate. So we're proposing to kind of maintain that, and it also makes an appearance on the rear elevation. This is the IGU units for the studio that I made reference to a moment ago. And then switching to the rear elevation, what we are proposing, I think the next slide shows it a little more legibly, that the area in white on the left enlarged plan is the area that is marked as private. So the garden actually begins at those planters just beneath that white area. What we're proposing is to engage the back of those planters on a single story addition that projects 9'2" from the current building, and then floors 2 through 4 above that projecting that 3'6", which brings it into alignment with our neighbor to the east at 278. So this is the existing elevation on the left, and then the proposed on the right. On the left, you'll see some of the kind of scars of those building campaigns that we've discussed over time. It's resulted in kind of a series of misalignments, but little kind of vestiges of what was there before with the more kind of federal tripartite organization of fenestration. What we're proposing is to kind of bring order to that chaos with the projected enlargement. And we presented a lot of row house renovations to you, and we've typically taken that top floor and maintained that as part of the original building. In this case, given the current state and the kind of non-historical fenestration that's happening on that top floor, we felt it was more appropriate to go up floors 2 through 4 with that 3'6" projection and bring continuity to the rear elevation. And it's very much in the spirit of the rear elevations that compose the 11 other row houses that are part of Bleecker Gardens. On this slide, this rendered elevation, I just want to make a point that all of the masonry work that we're proposing here is kind of a standard cavity wall, full depth brick, modular brick. And I believe we're using Glengarry, was it GL22? Yeah. And so that is, again, the 9'2" at the ground, and then 3'6" projections for 2, 3, and 4. And then at the top, what has been just kind of a very rough, like asphalt shingle coating on the back. We'd like to finish the rear of the studio with a standing seam zinc panel. And then that material would be repeated as the composition of the bulkheads that we're proposing for the stair and elevator bulkheads. Obviously, we're also removing the 1970s, 1980s solarium that was there. And we're actually back an additional 3 feet from where that previously stood. Moving to the side elevations, starting with the west, there's an existing lot line window on a lower floor that we'd like to relocate, given the kind of programmatic composition that we're pursuing. And we'd also like to add 3 additional windows. All of them really serve as transoms, so there's no issues of privacy. They're all code compliant and fire department lot line window regulations compliant. The largest window happens at the internal stairwell, and that's located in the middle, and that is not visible from anywhere except for one location we'll share with visibility studies shortly. The other big element here to point out is the extension of chimneys to bring those into compliant as an occupiable rooftop. So in the front, we're extending those chimneys with masonry an additional 3 feet, and then between 6 and 8 feet towards the rear of the building. This is a rendered elevation. Regarding materiality, there's currently parging on both the east and west elevations. We would restore that and stick to the kind of neutral palette that currently exists there. And then for the new masonry of the chimneys, extend that parging upward to kind of emulate that seamlessly. This is the east side, and Also chimney extensions, and then the elevator bulkhead engages that eastern lot line wall. So just to speak briefly about the programmatic challenges here, this is a section of the existing building. You get a sense of that mezzanine level where the hand is located. This was inserted in 1929, and then the parlor level removed, basement dug out, and the ground floor reconstituted. So the net result, and this is probably a little too small to be able to read, but you have multiple floors at about 7'6" to 7'9". And this is the section that we're proposing, where that mezzanine level is removed, the ground floor is maintained, and then what was 3 floors becomes 2 floors, providing us with more generous ceiling heights in the public area, and then ceiling heights between 9 and 10 feet for the bedroom levels. This is a kind of an overlay of those different building campaigns with our proposal kind of threaded in here. I just want to take a moment, given the structural complexities in trying to bring in kind of a more robust structural system. We have a fantastic team. We're working with GZA for the geotech and SOE portions of the project. And then we have Nat Tochi as the structural engineer. And then importantly, one coveted element inside the Bleecker Gardens is a century-old plane tree that's about 12 or 13 feet off of the back of our building. So we've been working with Charles King, and an arborist, and we have taken into account the root growth and future root growth into the planning for the structural foundational work. So that's been a big focus. I think the last thing our clients want to do is come and hurt the tree that's been the center of this garden for many years. Just looking at axons very quickly to give a sense of the work proposed for the rooftop. We have on the left is existing, on the right is proposed. There's the stair bulkhead. We have a 12-foot by 13-foot trellis covering for weatherproofing at the door to the bulkhead, the stair bulkhead, and then the elevator directly adjacent to that. And the kind of rear axon to show the rooftop appurtenances, but also get a sense of the projection that we're proposing. And here, I think more than any elevation, you can see the result of the alignment with our neighbor at 278 for the upper stories. And then our projection, which comes out, I think, within a foot or two of our of 278's multi-story projected addition. And our ground floor comes right up against the back of the planters, and that first step there then is the boundary or entry into the shared garden space. Just very briefly, this is the material palette. The first column in the middle there is the existing slate shingles and existing masonry. And the other 2 columns are what we're proposing, which is the standing seam zinc. We have some samples here, color samples if you'd like to see them. And then we have paint colors, again, historic pulled off of the cornice with the green, the brown for the brownstone, and then a charcoal for all the wrought iron work. And that same kind of material palette applies to both the rear elevation and the side elevation as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Cass for the visibility studies.
So I can get through this relatively quickly. We've obviously we've constructed a mock-up on the roof, and we included these photographs here because, in large part, the visibility is obscured by a series of very healthy street trees along 11th Street and Bleecker, but illustrating the various components as per Jordan's description of the roof work. I will note one thing on the chimney extensions. We just mocked up the masonry extensions, but not the actual flues, but the flues are represented in the diagrams. And so what you have on the left is a photograph in each of these slides, a photo on the left of the current view with the mock-up in place. And then because of the trees, we've sort of stripped those away with an existing view in the center and then a sort of a computer model view of the visibility on the right. And so what you see from this view about 50 feet to the west of the property, the existing railing, which is visible today, and a much lighter, fine Jacob wire mesh railing around the perimeter of the existing roof, the extended chimneys, and then a little portion here you can see of the sloped stair bulkhead for access onto the upper roof. Coming around to the east side of the building, now looking southwest, again, sort of to staying clear of this the sidewalk bridge and the trees, you'll see a little bit of the railing and the chimneys. This is really the only viewpoint where there's just a corner of that trellis structure up on the roof. But again, there is no rooftop addition as part of this proposal. The rooftop features are the trellis, the chimneys, the stair bulkhead, the elevator bulkhead, features that one sees typically on rooftops throughout the district. This is a photograph now further west on Bleecker Street, largely obscured by the trees at the intersection. These photographs were taken a week or so ago. And then sort of stripped away, again, you see the chimney and the railing sort of through the trees. I'll just point out in the photograph itself, on the right, visible chimneys, just in this one moment, in this one spot in the district. These are features that one sees throughout the Greenwich Village Historic District. Another view now deeper into that corner park on Bleecker and 11th, obscured completely by the trees. But here in the stripped out photo or rendering, railing, chimney extensions, and just a little bit of the stair bulkhead. Again, now further to the west, similar conditions, a little of the railing, a little of the chimney extensions. And then now even further from Hudson, now this is about maybe 150 feet away, you'll just see some of the chimney extensions, which sort of in this view one sees on the tops of other buildings. And then just to conclude, I think as Jordan said, important to note sort of the approach to the project was really acknowledging the layers of history. One of the wonderful things about this work that we do is sort of digging in and reading buildings. And this building, when you study it from the street, you see the Flemish bond at the base and the running bond above, and this continual sort of revealing of the layers of history of this building. And we wanted to recognize that on the street so that it is part of the streetscape, and the relationships between 280 and 282 are intact. It's an interesting story and an interesting relationship, and that's still legible to those who want to stop and look at the buildings on 11th Street to understand how they relate. On the rear, that relationship, as I mentioned, by 1854 had sort of gone in opposite directions. And what we're proposing is a simple brick elevation composed with a dimensional brick, common brick, punched openings, and something, a composition that one sees really elsewhere throughout this part of the gardens area, but also really throughout the block community. The rooftop, as we mentioned, the slate, that whole element that will be retained. It'll be reconfigured with a larger opening, but consistent with what one sees elsewhere in the district. The visibility, I think we've established that it's modest or even minimal. And I think in looking sort of globally and holistically at the project, in the scale and detailing, I think what's wonderful about the project is that the building still maintains its independence. It really is sort of its own element within the context of the block, but one that I think relates very well to that context. And we'd be happy to take any questions that you all may have.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Goldblum?
Forgive me if I missed this, Cass, but
Sure.
the back facade clearly is designed, and it dates from a period of time that has some historic significance in the village related to renovations in the 1920s. Did you present an argument why this particular design facade is worthy of removal?
Well, I think there are two things. I think there's the sort of the way in which it was carried out. It's sort of a patchwork. It's designed, I wouldn't say it's composed. We have sort of window openings of even on the same floor with lintels that don't line up, sills that don't line up. It dates to the 1920s alteration. It's a rear of a building that's not visible from the surrounding streets. I'd say it's idiosyncratic, but I'm not sure that I'd say it's significant. And I think what we're proposing is appropriate in the context of Greenwich Village and in the applications that come before you. But I think what's there today, both in terms of its quote unquote composition and the way it was carried out, it isn't, it isn't of great significance, and one that's sort of, let's say, as important to the history of the building as compared to the front elevation, which I think sort of speaks to this sort of layered history more clearly. Thanks.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, let's move to public testimony. We have 3 people who have signed up to speak on this item. I'm going to call up the 3 individuals. Gary Follows. We'll start with Gary, and then Francis Menton, and then John Lamb. Gary? Is it Gay? I'm sorry. I couldn't really read it. Please come to the podium and state your name. And we're going to limit the testimony to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Gay Fallows, and I bought 83 Perry Street in February of 1994. This is just about one addition that I made. And I am, by the way, in complete agreement with everyone's comments that I have heard individually on the history, the necessity of working with neighbors, aesthetics, the loss of use of the garden, and the problem of others following the lead if these expansion plans are successful. Some years ago, I wanted to replace a bay window that was in disrepair with a balcony on the 3rd floor in my building. I felt that being on the 3rd floor, it would not encroach on my neighbor's enjoyment of the garden on the ground level. My architect drew up plans, which I sent to the Bleecker Gardens board members for their comments and approval. 2 of the people, Paul Critchlow and Denise Sobel, commented and approved the plans, saying that the balcony would not obstruct their views, and approved the design. No one disproved it. If they had, I would have changed the plans to be in agreement with our neighbors. We then submitted the plans to Landmarks, who approved them, but only allowed a depth of 3 feet. This meant that even with small folding chairs and tables, the space is uncomfortable. It requires that to open or close the screen doors, one must stand up and turn sideways or lift your feet for someone to pass. But this was the ruling. We abided by it, and our neighbors were happy with the balcony. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Francis.
I brought my computer there in case the provisions of the agreement become relevant, which they might. My name is Francis Menton. I'm the owner of 391 Bleecker Street, which is one of the houses on the garden. I'm also the president of the Bleecker Garden Association, which I have been, I'm sorry, I have a cold, but I have been since 1999. I'm also the guy who spearheaded the amendments to the agreement in 1999, which were discussed, and I do disagree with some things that were said there. I'm here speaking for myself and also as the president of the Bleecker Garden. So the plans here were provided to us about 2 weeks or maybe a little more than 2 weeks ago. And I would say that there was an immediate positive response, except for one aspect of the plans as to which there was a negative response, unanimous from everybody. And there are 11 houses on the garden, 10 of 11 responded all negatively, and that is the aspect of the extension of the house into the garden, into not what's defined as the play space and garden, but toward the garden into this buffer area. So to be clear, I think we support the renovations and even the composition of the back is quite beautiful and much better than what's there now, in my opinion, but the extension is another matter. So we were hoping to make an accommodation, an agreement with the Fishers on this subject before we had to come before Landmarks. I hope we still can, and I hope what the commission will do in accordance with the community board recommendation is to postpone this so that we can talk to them and come to an accommodation. But I particularly want to address one thing, the extension of the house back toward the garden. So we have 11 houses that face the garden. For 100 years, 96 actually, nobody has ever extended their house toward the garden. Now, the space was designed by an architect, landscape architect. Her name was Anita Wilcox back then, and she did a very intelligent job. It's something very smart, which is every house has like a buffer area behind it, every house. For their house, it's designed, it's described as a private area, but for other houses, it's just as a practical matter, there are wells behind most of the house. A well meaning an area that is below grade, and you can go out from your basement up a stairway. All the houses have that. So as a practical matter, the playing, the socializing, the dining, whatever goes on in the garden is not right in your face. This is a very smart thing that Anita Wilcox did. None of the houses have ever extended back. All of them could. Maybe not quite all. The ones on Perry Street, I'm not sure, but mine could. 3 or 4 feet. This would be a huge mistake for this garden. Nobody's ever done it. I think they're making a mistake for themselves because they don't want little kids playing right up against their window. They don't want people socializing right up against their window. They don't realize this. So I've talked to them. They didn't want to postpone this hearing, but it would be a big mistake. It would be a big mistake for the garden and for themselves. Another thing I want to, excuse me. I'm getting emotional about this. Ridiculous.
I'm so sorry. We are at 3 minutes if you don't mind summarizing.
Okay, I just want to say one more thing, which is that there is a provision of the agreement which says that an owner of a house may not impair the value of the other houses by their additions. The next door neighbor, 282, you saw a lot of her pictures. She couldn't be here today because she is in Italy, but she strongly believes that this extension in the back, which will kind of wall in her back area, will impair the value of her house. And I think I agree with her, let alone that if everybody could make it.
So sorry. It's
to the
important
back.
we offer the same amount of time to each
Okay.
speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, and now we have John Lamb.
Hello, my name is John Lamb, and I'm Vice President of the Bleecker Gardens Corporation. And I live in a house that is part of Bleecker Gardens as well. As you've all heard, a communal shared garden that's celebrating its 100th anniversary in 2029. And we fear that the historical and communal nature of the garden and the light and space that the garden currently has will be forever harmed by the proposed rear extension of 280 West 11th Street. The new owners of 280 purchased a townhouse in a communal garden, and they immediately proposed a rear extension to that house. The proposed rear extension destroys the historic rear facade of the house from the time of the garden's creation. Additionally, the proposed extension would push the house into a buffer zone that provides light and air to the dogwood tree and the plantings directly to the west of the extension. And almost, as Buddy mentioned, in almost 100 years, no other townhouse in Bleecker Gardens has extended the rear of their townhouse. The house would be built next to a 100-year-old London plane tree, which our garden's horticulturist is worried about in terms of the root and it being adjacent right up against the proposed extension. And as Buddy also mentioned, it'll be right next to the adjoining wading fountain that is used by children in the summer, which is not ideal for the residents of 280. I join with my other neighbors in Bleecker Gardens in strenuously opposing the proposed rear extension of the house, as we hope to guarantee that the historic communal nature of Bleecker Gardens is protected for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Thompson to see if we have any remote testimony.
Thank you. Those joining us via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function, after which you'll be promoted to panelists. And we ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Chenault Spence.
Are you asking me to speak now?
Yes, you may begin. You have 3
Oh,
minutes, please.
I had thought that I'm Chenault Spence, the chair of the Landmarks Committee of Community Board 2 Manhattan. I'd thought that our testimony was going to be read, and I'd just like to point out that from it that we had 2 recommendations other than approval of the general. We recommended denial of the entrance unless it includes the framing around the door of historic design. To the point that the gentlemen have spoken about before, I will simply read what we wrote in our recommendation. That there is clarification as to the regulations concerning the use of the private garden area to extend the rear facade. That there is dialogue between the applicant and the association members, and that in any case, strong consideration be given to reducing the depth of the ground floor extension in order to conform to the customary use of this area in other houses of the association. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll note that after we receive live testimony, first in person and then via Zoom, we do go through the community board resolutions for each item, but it's always wonderful to hear from community board leadership in a live format. So thank you, Chenault. Our next speaker will be Dina Tass-Winter.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dina Tass-Winter, and I'm speaking on behalf of Village Preservation. As has been discussed, this is one of the 11 row houses that comprise Bleecker Gardens, a historically significant communal garden created in 1929, following the tradition of several other such developments in Greenwich Village, including the landmarked McDougall-Sullivan Gardens, which references Bleecker Gardens in its 1967 designation report. Number 280 specifically is cited in its own report as one of the earliest federal houses in Greenwich Village, with significant alterations dating to the 1920s, a period where, as you know, we often see notable modifications to row houses in the village, such as the studio window that's present here. As such, we find some of the changes proposed for the primary facade to be appropriate. Retention and restoration of the fan light above the entrance, while adjusting the dimensions and location of the door, seems appropriate. Replacing the basement and first floor windows, which don't currently reflect original floor levels, is also okay, but we wonder whether it would be more proportional to only drop the new parlor sills to the level of the neighbors to the right, number 282, with which this building was originally a pair. We can also accept the areaway changes, side facade windows, and rooftop alterations, though hesitate to approve of the alterations to the original studio window glazing dimensions. However, our greatest concerns lie with the rear facade. The existing rear facade was intentionally designed in the 1920s when the communal garden was formalized, and it holds significance for that important period of this building and of Bleecker Gardens' history. The octagonal window, projecting bays above, and archways below are all unique and significant to this facade, which might be considered as more of a primary facade given its presence in the shared and designed space. We feel strongly that this historic rear facade should be retained. The retention of the historic footprint of the shared garden and the building's relationship with this garden layout are also important aspects of this project. The rear should not be extended further into the garden for all of these reasons. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Kaylee Johnson.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kaylee Johnson, speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. While we do not object to the idea of a rear extension, HTC does find the retention of the rear facade to be crucial to the appropriateness of this proposal. The angular bay windows should be retained, as well as the trio of octagonal windows directly below the bays. We also think that the arched openings and the gates on the ground floor should be retained or recreated on the new extension. The rear facade's existing condition, while not original, is historic and part of the evolution of this building. To remove the characteristic features of this rear facade would be to lose the timeline of alterations that make this building special. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. In previous testimony concerning 19th century row houses, which were altered in the early 20th century, we've often mentioned Andrew Dolkart's work, The Row House Reborn. We'll do so again today. We believe that some of the work being proposed for 280 will detract from the important 1929 alterations in very significant ways. These changes should be denied. On the front facade, we have no objections to the alterations to the areaway and its fence. We're also happy to see that the design of the front door, entrance surround, and the charming casement windows centered on the door is the basis for the relocation and enlargement of the door, surround, and casement window. We don't know if the window and the shutters with their heart-shaped cutouts are to be relocated. If the window is new, we hope that the historic shutters can be reused. We're also pleased to see that the existing fan light will be restored and reinstalled. We can support the removal of the 4 awkwardly placed 6/6 double-hung windows to the right of the front door. Although these windows are probably from the 1929 renovation, we don't believe the design rises to the level of most of the alterations here. We can also see the masonry is in trouble and believe this window arrangement detracts from the streetscape. However, we think the 9/9 sash in this very visible location should have true divided lights. Storm windows could be provided here. We also think the applicants are missing a chance to unify the front facade by proposing a plain slab of stone for the new lintels. The lintels of the new 9/9 should match the historic lintels, which have keystones. Perhaps the existing keystone lintels at the lowest pair of 6/6 windows can be relocated above the new windows. But we cannot support the proposed changes to the lower 3 floors of the rear facade. The octagonal windows and the angled bays are unique and meet the LPC definition of special windows. Because this carefully thought out, balanced, and symmetrical design would be destroyed to build the rear extension, we recommend denial of the rear yard extension and that the existing windows and French doors on the lower 3 floors be retained. The asymmetrical windows on the top 2 floors are probably a later change. They have no relationship to the lower 3 floors. We could support a redesign of the top 2 floors windows, which follows the applicant's proposed symmetrical window placement. We have no objections to the proposed rooftop addition, which won't add significant bulk to the existing structure. However, we were not sure of the appropriateness of the large 9/9 window at the western demising wall, which will be visible from the street. It's shown on board 59. We'll be interested to hear the commissioner's views on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom who would like to testify? I'll note that there was a member of the public who was seeking to testify remotely who's having difficulty joining, and she'll have someone else speak who's here in person on her behalf.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of one of our neighbors in Bleecker Gardens, Sarah Hendrickson. She and her husband John have owned 284 West 11th Street for 15 years. She also served as treasurer of the Bleecker Gardens Association, or she's serving throughout that time. The proposed rear addition into the garden would cause irreparable damage to Bleecker Gardens, one of only handful of unique communal gardens shared by neighbors that were created in the early 1900s. This rear structure would permanently remove a significant amount of square footage from the garden. It would destroy the original layout of the garden as it encroaches very close to the reflecting pool and nearby stone planters, and its rear facade and footprint are inconsistent with the adjoining homes. It would threaten the life of very old trees and plantings since the structure abuts against these important garden features. It would take away light and airspace so integral to the original design and the tranquil natural atmosphere we all experience in our garden. The rear extension would have such an intrusive and negative impact on the historic character and setting of Bleecker Gardens. The purpose of the Landmarks Preservation Commission is protecting not only historic buildings, but also historically and culturally significant sites and scenic landmarks. So we urge the Landmarks Preservation Commission to please prevent this rear structure from causing permanent damage to our almost 100-year-old Bleecker Gardens.
Thank you. Would you like to respond to any of the comments? Would the applicant like to respond?
I just wanted to note that we also
Oh.
received a letter from the New York Landmarks Conservancy recommending mixed approval, and we also received a letter from one individual recommending denial.
Thank you, Stephen. Would the applicant like to respond to any of the comments?
Yes, we would. It's Valerie Campbell again. I wanted to respond to some of the statements about the agreement. Paragraph 4 of the agreement says explicitly, the play space and garden referred to in this instrument shall be deemed to include all land located in the rear, and it sort of goes on about, but shall not include the private walled terraces of 280 and 282 West 11th Street. There was no restriction when this exclusion was made based that restricted construction in this area or the owner's use of this area. It is private. It is excluded from the garden. It is excluded from the prohibition against general construction in the garden, which I would note actually does apply to a lot of the areaways of the other buildings, which were not excluded. So I think the agreement is fairly clear that this terrace is not included as part of the defined garden space. There was also a reference to the fact that this might impair the value of the other properties. There is a general provision like you would find in many agreements that all of the buildings have to be kept in good order in accordance with fire safety and environmental laws, and shall be used and maintained in a fashion that shall not adversely affect the value of the property of the other terraces. I don't think that this very thoughtful alteration that is being proposed and the investment in this house would in any way be deemed to adversely affect the value of other houses in the property. And now I'll turn it over to Cass, who really will deal more with the appropriateness issues.
Just want to go back to a few of the existing photos to illustrate some of the conditions in the back of the house. It seems that there's a general sort of acceptance for the front. The community board had a comment about the door, but that's very much in keeping with what is at the front door at 282. Just look at a few of the existing condition photos, obviously an overall photo on the left and detail photos on the right. As I said, I think these are idiosyncratic. Our understanding is that all of these changes were made in the 1920s, including those on the upper floors. And there were two separate owners that lived in this house at that time. So I think it may explain why there are different treatments for the top of the house versus the bottom of the house. But looking at the upper floors, you've got, as I mentioned, lintels that don't align. You've got 1/1s and 6/6s lintels that don't align on either floor. On the lower floors, and you can see how there were historically three punched openings across. These bays were inserted into those. This was infilled, and then across the base, these windows were inserted into those openings as well. It is not a particularly composed facade. It does reflect that time in the 1920s, but I think it is, in terms of sort of overall significance, I don't know that it's rises to the level of preservation for the back of a building that isn't visible from the surrounding streets. A few other slides that I just want to run down to illustrate a few other points. The axonometrics in the back of the building. Just again, to sort of understand the scale. Sorry, let me, 22, sorry. Again, sort of just the conditions at the back of the building. So there's discussions about this sort of this pool area. The area that is being built in is behind where these flowers are. So it's this 9-foot deep below grade area where that extension is being constructed. It is not in the shared garden space. As Valerie described, the shared garden space is everything outboard of those planters. It's very clear. In 1999, the back of the house at 282 here and 280, as well as a couple of the houses on the south side, were excluded from the shared garden space. It's very clear in the agreement, and you can see it in plan also very clearly. So I think the idea that this proposal is impacting the garden space is actually not accurate. These areas, by many of the same owners who were speaking today, agreed to carve those areas out of the garden. So those are private, and it's very clear in the documentation. And this plan sort of indicates where that private area is here at 280, at the back of 282, and then behind these houses down in the corner. And then finally, just wanted to go to the axonometrics, just again to sort of illustrate person plan, sort of this extension at 9 feet to the back of the planters in that private space, and then the upper floors 3 feet off the back of the house. And then an axon 6, sort of what those conditions are on the left, sort of what is there today. There's basically a 2-story brick extension off the back of 282 right now. And then that private space is just sitting adjacent to that. And then the open space here at 280. And then you can see the extension at 9 feet, sort of sitting inboard of the planters, or inboard of the shared space. And then the extension on the upper floors at 3 feet. I'll also just add, and I think our arborist is on via Zoom, there has been a lot of attention given to the construction of what's proposed here and working within tree roots. The arborist, our team's arborist, is in communication with Bleecker Gardens arborist. There's a very much of a shared concern about this, but also a sense of confidence that what is being proposed here is not going to impact the trees that are in the back of the houses in the garden space. So leave it at that. Happy to answer any more.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any final questions? Okay. So if not, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Goldblum, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
Move.
Commissioner Jefferson, could you second? Second. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Oh, Corey, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I did just want to note that this application is being reviewed under our enhanced engineering review program, so that process is underway, just to make that clear if it wasn't stated. And also, obviously, we have a very old designation report for this historic district, and we were unable to find any mention of Bleecker Garden within the designation report, and also with my own review of our regulatory files, at least the ones that did go to public hearings, I've also not seen it stated or noted in a finding or in the staff notes, although I'm sure it may have been discussed, potentially in one of the other applications that was mentioned by someone that testified, but we have really no record of that. So this is somewhat novel in that sense.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu, would you like to start this discussion?
Sure. Okay, so let's start with the main facade. I think that in terms of the elements being proposed or the revisions to the existing facade, the slight relocation of the front door and Malkovich window above, I think are appropriate. It's a minor adjustment. I do think a comment was made about any ability to any of this existing fabric. I would ask the applicant to work with the staff on that. In terms of the elevation and the revisions to the windows, the parlor level windows are quite tall because of this trying to balance between the existing floor and also a bit of the historic and neighboring house cause of a very tall window. I think that in general, I'm okay with it. It does express the sense of a grander parlor level. I do think that in terms of the alignments, aligning it to the neighboring house has logic to it. I can see the challenges here just because of the split level. It's a very tall floor. But in general, the front facade, I think is acceptable. There was a comment made in the one of the testimonies about the keystone, that is being retained in the upper floors, but is left out of the parlor. I would ask the applicant to consider consistency there because many of the windows are being reaffected in this proposal, in terms of consistency. The rooftop studio window has been enlarged quite a bit. I think it feels a little overscaled in terms of the amount of glazing, and I feel like it could be reduced a little bit in terms of square footage of glass and what materials left in terms of the pitched roof element. For the rear, a lot of discussion here. I really appreciate the testimony from the neighbors. I think ultimately it is, there is a legal aspect to this, and it's something that we haven't, as LPC, haven't weighed in on, but it sounds like there's clarity in the fact that this house has been excluded as well as the neighboring house. So that, if that is in fact true, it's hard to weigh any bearing on an addition here to its effect to that in agreement to the Bleecker Gardens mandate. I just ask that we,
Yes,
on our end.
so I'll
yeah.
just jump in.
Yeah, how
I
do
think
we-
that there's, well,
Yeah.
I think there has been nothing, been no testimony to the effect that somehow the restrictions apply to this private area. And in fact, I think that this, as was noted, this was renegotiated, in the 90s. There was plenty of opportunity at that time to make it clear what could or couldn't happen in this private space. But that was not at all, nothing was prohibited as far as the testimony is concerned. I think from our perspective, this is a purely private agreement.
So that's essentially how I'm seeing it too. When I look at what's being proposed, if we determine that the existing facade isn't something that needs to be salvaged, saved, or restored, which argument was made that it was not a composed, it is a resultant facade. It is from the 1920s or late 20s. It is old, but it has had many changes to it through time. I think that the proposed addition is appropriate. It is actually only 1.5 or 2 feet. I do appreciate that it aligns with the house neighboring. Both the upper and the lower portions seem to be somewhat in scale with the additions off of the neighboring house. The comment, the elevation of the proposed, I think, is appropriate. It's a new facade. It tries to keep some regular rhythms that do recall bays on the facade of the house. I think in general, I find that this proposal is appropriate, and I can approve this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I agree with my fellow commissioner in almost everything. The front facade, the studio windows, I think are okay. I think the size is appropriate. The only issue that I have is whether this is it a rule or is it a context issue of this volume of the existing building in the rear facade. I thought it was a rule that we wanted to keep the volume of the rear facade on the top floor existing as it existed. If it's not a rule, if it's based on context, and we can all decide what that context is, I'm not clear when that happens. So obviously the facade that's there now is handsome, coordinated, organized, and good looking. But if we follow the rule, if it's a rule, it's different from a context, then it has to change. And that's where I'm confused.
So if I could offer some thoughts on that, the policy so about the rear facade, top floor, was created primarily in the context of historic districts where you had rows of buildings with similar rear facades. And so the idea was to keep that memory of where the original sort of building form was as rear yard and rooftop additions were approved. And in some cases, even when there is no coherent row, we have, because of the nature of the building, we have said we would like you to keep that to when there's a lot of work going on to recall that original volume of the building. And the question here would be, the top floor has already been, severely, significantly altered. And so the question would be, is it significant? It doesn't relate to any other building in the row. And so the question would be, is preserving it, what are you preserving by preserving just the top floor?
It was context.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
Okay, thanks. I think I take a different position than Stephen Gerardo do here. I agree that the rear, well, let's talk about the front and the other stuff first. The front facade, I agree with Stephen and Everardo. I think it's appropriate. I think the addition of the keystones is probably something to think about. I would suggest that on the north light, because it's so very visible and it's right at the front facade and everybody can see it, they might explore a spacing that was more historical in nature and a little less modern in proportion. I think the area of glass just feels very contemporary to me. I think that whether it's a steel sash or a more tightly spaced, I'm sure they could figure out how to do that. It just has a very modern look to me that I think is a bit discordant on the front facade. I think the rooftop addition, though, in terms of its design and scale is generally fine. I think that the modifications to the front facade are fine. I think that the applicant might work with staff on the height of those parlor floor windows if they are deemed to be high from the perspective of the period that they're shooting for. They might go for a triple hung or something, raise the sill. I think that's something to put the staff on. Getting to the, and I just want to say, this is a massively intrusive renovation. They're ripping out all the floors. They're ripping out the basement. It's a massive reconstruction. In the context of other conversations that we've had relatively recently about historic buildings being renovated, and this is a poster child for that. I think, you've got all that's left is the front skin, literally. And even that's being heavily modified. So I question the project from that perspective. Facade is not a rule or a practice or anything that we have codified here, but it does address the issue that Everardo raised about the volume of the house and specifically the rear facade. Now, in this, usually I take that rear wall thing pretty seriously myself, even in cases where it's not a row. But here, because the building was enlarged in the 20s and completely enlarged, I think a rear extension per se could be acceptable. However, I think Kat Stackelberg is a fine professional, and I admire his skills and talents, but I disagree with him 1001% about the nature of this rear facade. I've been sitting in the commission for a fair number of months now, and I cannot recall a rear facade from the 1920s that was this designed. Now, you could say that you don't like the design, or you could say that you can critique the design or whatever, but this is a very formal designed facade, and I personally think it has many qualities to recommend it. I mean, we spent some time this morning talking about a bay window that was admittedly older, but I mean, this thing has 1, 2, 3, 4, has 8 special windows by the definitions we generally use, which is like weird designed window. It's got the arches on the first floor, the hexagons, octagons, and then those two-sided bays. I think those are, and if you ask me, those are charismatic, specific, designed windows. This is a designed facade. And as such, I think it very much, if you would have shown me this picture in the abstract, I would have said, looks like a 1920s renovation of a brownstone. And I think this is a facade that merits protection. So, and yes, it has holes and patches and whatnot. I think that could be addressed in any number of ways. You could parge it, you could paint it, you could do many kinds of things to it. But I think that this facade merits protection. I don't really have an opinion or care very much about the issue of the agreement. That is a private matter, and they can litigate that with their neighbors if they want to. For us, from my perspective, I think the issue here is the degree of modification of this building, and specifically the determination as to whether or not this rear facade is indeed a proposed facade that merits protection under the dole cart practice, let's call it.
Thank you. Commissioner Mann?
Thank you. Thank you for the careful, incredibly detailed presentation. I found the recounting of the renovation campaigns and the layers of history to be absolutely fascinating, and the recounting of the way that the front facade ended up the way that it is to be just totally fascinating, and honestly an excellent rationale for the I think minor modifications that are proposed to the front facade. I think they're done sensitively, within later brick campaigns to rationalize some of the sort of resultant or ad hoc composition on the front facade. So I find that completely appropriate. I find the rooftop addition to be appropriate, actually an improvement over what is there. I don't have an issue so much with the quantity of glazing at the studio window. I liked Commissioner Goldblum's suggestion that perhaps the proportion or dimensions of mullions or something of that nature might give that element a bit more tooth to keep it in keeping with the rest of the historic front facade a bit more. In terms of the rear, I can't really speak to the agreement, of course. It appears to be private matter, and as far as we can tell, this appears to comply with the terms of the agreement. Beyond that, I'll discuss it in along two different lines, massing and facade. I find the massing to be appropriate here, actually to be modest, to be honest relative to other additions that we often see. As noted earlier, it's not part of a continuous sort of intact line of rear facade, rear masses. In terms of the facade, I'll be honest, I kind of love the existing facade, the kind of informal, composition of it. I mean, it's just absolutely wild. That being said, I did find the argument that it was kind of ad hoc result to be compelling. And, I think this is a case, honestly, where old does not equal significant and necessarily worth preservation. So I am okay with the new facade as proposed. It does have a sense of rigor that is appropriate to the era of the building and its context. So I can find this appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg?
So I'm largely going to agree with Commissioner Goldblum with slightly different rationale. I think the front is fine. The rooftop addition is fine. Maybe work with on the skylights, but even as is, I think they're fine. I look at this rear facade and I think it's sort of in a asymmetrical landscape, which may be somewhat English landscape, that facade fits in really well as it is. And the rigor and rigidity of the proposed facade just doesn't. And, you know, if you could slide the existing facade out 3 feet, I'd be fine with that. It isn't the massing, it's just, I, I have just feel like that facade that's there fits the garden much better than what's proposed. And so I can't approve that rear facade as is.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
So, looking at the front facade, I guess I can appreciate the areaway. I think that's a good touch to the front facade. I like the changes at the entrance. The windows at the parlor floor look weirdly tall. I don't hate them, but I would like for you to work with staff maybe to see if we can get some windows that feel a little more appropriate. I recognize the change and the reason for it. I think it is better than having the 4 windows, obviously, with all of the changes at the interior, but those windows, I'm just trying to imagine somebody inside of that space and just feels weird. The top floor, yeah, I do think the balance of glazing is kind of off. It feels like it's too much. So I would prefer changes there to maybe break it up some or something. Now, going to the rear, which seems to be the major talking point, kind of torn, I guess, because I can appreciate the 9-foot outdoor space. And I also, I think the rear facade is currently interesting. I think it does fit this very unique kind of outdoor space in the rear. But I also can find that the extension and the increase in massing is appropriate, which if I were to push this wall out, would I want to bring that old facade with me? I can't say that I would. While still liking it, I don't know if it feels like once I'm agreeing or accepting that this rear facade is being pushed out and the massing is being increased, that it needs a change. And whether this change is what's being proposed, I'm not sure. I can find it appropriate, but I think overall I'm okay with the extension. I don't think in terms of the agreement, that's up to us, obviously. But without thinking about that, I think overall it's appropriate.
So just for clarification, Commissioner Wilder, you like the existing design, but you would be okay with the rear facade as proposed?
Yes, I think me liking the
Okay.
rear facade doesn't matter because I'm okay with extending it.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Ikembe?
I believe we're pretty much in consensus about the front facade, that the moves made, for the most part, we are in agreement with them, with just some tweaks that can be worked out with the staff. As for the rooftop improvements, I find them acceptable. I guess the question is the rear. The rear has a history of multiple alterations. How it came about is another thing altogether. How it's worked in the past, and how it's to move forward in the present is something to look at, and just to look at the context of where it is. To say I don't disapprove of adding a addition to the existing building. But then again, this is where I find myself caught between some things that I'm actually trying to work out right now. I do find that there are elements of the existing that potentially could be preserved. How it's done exactly, I'm not exactly sure. And that's the whole ideal of change, alteration, kind of this thing things morph as you need them and as you use them. And that's kind of the quality I seem to get from the existing building. The proposed one is very structured, very organized, but it's not to say that's not bad either. So as I said, I'm finding myself caught between which to say is acceptable. Yeah, you're laughing at me.
So, Commissioner, if I can say,
Yes.
in some ways, the issue to start with is the question of, do you think that the rear facade as it exists, the historic condition is significant and therefore should stay in whole or in part, or be recreated in some way? I think that's the sort of threshold issue.
Okay, I would say there are definitely elements in the existing that can be held.
Yeah, it's not about whether they can be. The question is whether
If
you
they
think
should
that
be or
it
not.
should be. That's right, that it's a significant, coherent design that needs to be preserved in some, significant way.
Based off of the collection of items that I have seen and its arrangement and its attachment to its present context, yes, I do believe so.
It looks like we don't have the votes to get this through, so perhaps we'll take no action today and have you come back later. Thank you.
We're going to continue now with hearing agenda with public hearing item number 6. That's LPC 25-01678, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 576, Lot 52, 19 West 12th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a late Greek Revival style row house built in 1845, and the application is to remove and replace cornices.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is David Crandall. I'm a project manager and partner at Form Active Architects. We're presenting before you today a proposal for the installation of a new cornice at the top of the south front street facade, 19 West 12th Street. 19 West 12th Street is a 5-story brick townhouse built in 1845 in the Greek Revival style. It sits in the mid-19th century Gold Coast stretch of West 12th Street between 5th and 6th Avenues. This proposal results from inspections by our team that determined that the integrity of the existing wood cornice assemblies were grave and that any repairs would likely result in full initial material removal. Given that assessment, our proposal is for a cornice replacement that brings the property into greater concert with the two sibling properties to our west on the shared north edge of West 12th Street. The property sits, you can see there in the northeast corner of the district. On the lot 52 on the north side of West 12th Street. The buildings to the west, lots 53 and 54, will be referenced by us for their similar single-story vertical enlargements, while the building on zoning lot on lot 49 to our east was developed into a larger scale multi-unit residential building. You can see the larger one there to the east and the two very similar sibling buildings to our west. In this text photo, you see a building with no cornice. That is our property. The property to the right of our building in these images is the one that has since been developed into the larger multi-unit residential building. The property to the left of ours in these images is one of those two fellow townhouses that have had that same single-story addition added at the same time as our property. In the case of both of these similar adjacent properties, the single cornice assembly you see here has been maintained to this day. Our property, however, later received two cornice assemblies, one in line with the other two at the top, and a second one at that transition between the original building and the addition. Our proposal today is to remove this lower cornice assembly. We're proposing a new FRP cornice assembly at the top of the wall on new structural framing. The new cornice would be in the Greek Revival style, consistent with our facade's historical detailing. Our new cornice would restore symmetry not present in today's cornice. We are proposing a primary cornice alignment with the cornices to our west. And we are proposing a brown color for the finish to match these adjacent cornices and further strengthen their collective identity or continuity. The dark cornice color is common on the block. The style, although the styles vary, and I'll just note that in the lower right, the cornice directly across the street at 16 West 12th Street has dentils that are very similar in size and spacing to the one that we propose. Our cornice proposal works to return greater continuity to these properties on the north side of West 12th Street. Thank you again for your time and attention.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay. We have one person who's signed up to speak, and that's David Crandall.
Oh.
Oh,
That's me.
oh, I'm
Sorry.
okay. So do we have anybody in the room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Thompson.
Those joining us via Zoom who wish to offer testimony, please use the raise hand function, after which you'll be promoted to panelist. We ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Dina Taswinter.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dina Taswinter speaking for Village Preservation. Village Preservation is willing to accept the removal of the non-original third-story cornice, provided that a thorough plan for restoration of the underlying brick is in place in careful consultation with staff. Regarding the new upper cornice, we think that it could be appropriate here. However, we are concerned about some lack of details provided in the presentation. And the cornice's exposed east return should be finished with a profile appropriate to the style and not flattened. And I'll also just note that at the community board meeting, they were proposing a white or light finish to match the lower floor windows for that top cornice. And our committee found that that could be appropriate, though perhaps a brown finish to match the others in the row would also be a viable alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Kaylee Johnson.
Hello, Commissioners. Kaylee Johnson speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this proposal to be largely appropriate. We do think the applicant should study the amount of space between the top of the top floor window lintels and the bottom edge of the frieze of the cornice. We also note that the projecting portion of the cornice appears to have no way of managing water on the horizontal surface. Finally, restoring the cap detail to the brownstone lintels on the facade would help. Thank you.
Anyone else joining via Zoom who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Right, seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to respond to any of the comments?
I guess we had, on the question of whether the ends remain capped, our intent was to add additional fiberglass profiles, not in a full mitered return to the building, but as shadowed lines on those capped conditions. We thought the full mitered return might create an awkward condition to the west. And so, but I think we acknowledge that it's maybe not fairly represented in the set.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, if not, let's close the hearing. Commissioner Chu, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Jefferson, can you second that?
No second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Ikumbe, would you like to start this one?
Sure. Guess to begin, I don't find an issue with removing this almost mid-building cornice. I'm in approval of actually rebuilding the top cornice, but I do agree that additional details need to be added to show exactly how it attaches back to the building, returns, and then also there could be more exploration of the potential color of it as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
I agree with those comments.
Thanks. Commissioner Ginsburg?
I agree, appropriate.
Commissioner Mann?
Appropriate.
Does anybody have, oh, Commissioner Goldblum?
Yeah, I think that since the cornice is not intended, looking at the rendering here, if you zoom in on that, on the connection between the old and the new, it's a little bit muddy. I think that the staff can certainly work this out, but the rendering shows the proposed cornice abutting what looks like a cornice that does return on itself. And the actual rendering shows that the proposed cornice traverses onto the neighboring building, which probably isn't what they want to do. And the profiles certainly don't align either. So I think given all of those things, the cornice should return on itself in a normal manner, like it appears that certainly the building 2 over does, and applicants work with staff on that though. But I think that the details of the cornice should be looked at. It does look a little bit blocky and undercooked.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson?
I agree, Matt.
Okay, and Commissioner Chu? Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Kimba, would you like to read the motion, including that they work with staff on the cornice return, the details, and the color? Thank you.
In the matter of LPC 25-01678, 19 West 12th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. This application is to remove and replace cornices. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. Staff also notes that the building was originally built as part of a matching pair with 21 West 12th Street, and that both buildings were raised a floor in the early 20th century. I recommend that the work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the modern cornice to be removed are not part of a significant later design of the building and were installed after designation. That the raising and placement of the proposed cornice and elimination of the lower cornice will be more consistent with the treatment of cornices and facades that historically were raised a floor, including the neighboring building. That the design of the projecting cornice feature dentils and traditional profiles will be painted in accordance with additional interjections from the staff, and that the window sills and lintels will harmonize with the Greek Revival style of the facade, and that the fiberglass material of the cornice will be painted and have the fewest and narrowest seams possible, helping the material to be difficult to discern from the street. Lastly, I'd say that in general, that the applicant work with the staff to finalize the cornice profile, detailing, and color.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder, would you second that?
A second.
Thank you. And Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you. That was approved. Please work with the staff on the details of the cornice. Okay, now we're ready for the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 7, LPC 26-00294. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 605, lots 31 and 28. 487 Hudson Street, AKA 497 Hudson Street, in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is currently occupied by a brick wall built in 1955 and a schoolyard. The application is to construct a new building on the site.
You can begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Master and distinguished members of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. It is a privilege to appear before you today to present our proposal for the new St. Luke in the Fields Centre, a project more than a decade in the making and one that is vital to the future of our congregation. I'm Mother Caroline Stacey, and I've had the privilege of being the rector at St. Luke in the Fields for 20 years. And the proposal that we are presenting represents an extraordinary milestone in the life of our church. For over 200 years, St. Luke's has served the people of New York City and the Greenwich Village community, helping them worship with depth and compassion, providing essential services to those in need, and fostering a sense of dignity, care, and belonging. Over time, we have built a campus that nurtures both body and spirit, home not only to the church, but also to our award-winning gardens, which offer a rare and beautiful place for reflection in the heart of the city, and to St. Luke's School, a premier educational institution, JK through 8th grade. But at the heart of our mission are our community and cultural programs. At St. Luke's, we host roughly a dozen initiatives that serve people of all ages and backgrounds, from preschool music programs and art and acceptance for LGBTQ youth, to our community closet, which provides meals, health services, art opportunities, and free clothing to those in need. We also host film screenings, wedding and funeral receptions, the Go Project for New York City public school students to build academic and social skills, icon workshops where participants learn to create sacred art for personal prayer, and Tea at 3, which fosters intergenerational connection and community. The demand for these programs is extraordinary, especially today, and our commitment is to ensure we can not only meet that demand, but also open additional space for broader community use and partnership. So after more than a decade of thoughtful planning and in collaboration with the school leadership to ensure their concerns are addressed in this design, St. Luke's is enhancing its integrated campus by adding the St. Luke's Center to maximize public benefit and better serve the needs of the neighborhood. With our exceptional architects at BKSK and other experts, we have developed a design that will finally allow us to fully realize the potential social impact of our programs, respond to the evolving needs of our community, and importantly, do so in a financially sustainable way. We believe this design truly embodies the goals of the Greenwich Village Historic District and meets the Commission's standard of appropriateness. We hope that the Landmarks Commission will take under advisement 7 additional letters of support from some of those who cannot be here today in person or on Zoom. We have 7 such letters, which I will pass to James Rosiello. I am not a trained architect, but after spending countless hours working on this design, studying the historic fabric of Greenwich Village, and listening carefully to feedback from community stakeholders, especially Manhattan Community Board 2, I can certainly attest that with our architects, we have carefully considered every detail of this project, from brick color to materials, many times over. Before turning it over to our architects, I'd like to highlight a few of the guiding principles behind this proposal. 1, advancing our mission. The new center must strengthen our ability to serve, deepening the charitable, cultural, and spiritual work that defines St. Luke's. Number 2, addressing space constraints. It must finally resolve the long-standing space limitations that have restricted our programs. Many are currently held at St. Luke's School, space we're grateful to share, but which is unavailable during school hours. Improving safety and accessibility. Number 3, it must enhance logistics and safety by shifting the entrance to Hudson Street, creating a more welcoming and accessible point of entry for all, the corner of Hudson and Christopher Streets. Number 4, fulfilling a long-standing vision. This project fulfills a vision that we shared publicly more than a decade ago. It has long been part of our broader campus plan, reflected in Department of Buildings filings, including the 2012 submissions for 100 Barrow Street and the St. Luke's School expansion, both presented to this commission. 5, respecting the historic district. Above all, the design must honor the principles of the Greenwich Village Historic District. We believe it does so in several ways. The scale of the building is modest, designed only for what is needed and what the church can responsibly afford. The design forms part of a larger composition along Hudson Street that expresses our mission of public service. Together, the Barrow Street Garden to the south and the new building to the north create a balanced sense of openness across the block, each framed by a similar brick wall that unites the campus and reflects the surrounding streetscape. The materials and detailing are consistent with the historic district's architectural language and guidelines, and a green roof reinforces our commitment to open space, sustainability, and environmental stewardship. In sum, this project allows St. Luke's to continue doing what it has done for more than 200 years, to serve, to welcome, and to enrich the life of this community. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our vision for the future of St. Luke in the Fields. I will now turn it over to our partners at BKSK Architects to walk you through the building's design. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mother Stacy, and thank you, Commissioners, for hearing us. I'm Harry Kendall, Partner Emeritus at BKSK Architects, and I'll be presenting our understanding of the historic context, giving you a good sense of that understanding, and then I'll turn it over to Julie Nelson, my partner, who will describe the building as we've designed. So we are located in the, I meant to say, we're extremely honored to have been selected and been working with St. Luke's in this very precious block. And we are very bullish about their mission with the community, and we hope this building supports it adequately. We're in the southeast sector of the Greenwich Village Historic District. You can see on the bottom left, the church lies at the center of the block, freestanding, surrounded by open space. flanked on Hudson Street, which is to the bottom. It's to the east, but we're presenting this oriented in that direction, by two groups of 3 townhouse scale structures. Those are 6 of the original 40 that surrounded the church. These are the vestiges that remain, plus the few on Barrow Street. This block is one zoning lot. It's unusual in that regard. It's what comes with this status as a super block, all under leasehold by the church or occupied by the church, is a set of constraints that I won't go into at great length right now, but they involve open space, egress, maintenance, and Julie will go on a little bit more about some of the constraints that shaped our building, but there are many, not to mention the budget requirements of an institution that wants to put its funds as much to the public as they can. In this slide, you see further elaborated the church at the center of the block. We are proposing a 1-story building on the northeast corner, the bottom right in this slide. We'll go into more detail about that, of course, but suffice it to say that will be one of the church functions, all of which formally front on Hudson Street, and that's the sort of real principal facade of this block, the Hudson Street facade. Of course, over the years that began with 40 townhouses surrounding, this block has given way to a more robust mixed use, including the Barrow Street Gardens the church maintains, including St. Luke's School that they have a productive partnership with, and 100 Barrow as a 10-story co-op apartment building. You see on the bottom the composition of the block that I'm referring to that is important to us and important to the historic character. The church at the center, the brick walls stepping down in the townhouses, and then what are hard to see, but that's because they're partial height walls. The 2 corners are fronted by partial height brick wall that led onto, on the left or south side, the Barrow Street Garden, and on the right side, now it's the portion of the school playground. These walls figure in our understanding of what's appropriate on the site, and we see this as a beautiful composition whereby the public space on the south is balanced by a public mission on the right, but both read as somewhat separate from the brick masonry of the remainder of the block. Looking more closely at what exists on the site, this is the garden wall at our end that I referred to with its projecting pilasters. It has 2 blind arches. It has a soldier course plinth that the brick sits on and stone caps to the piers. It was built in the 1950s. You see it from 2 directions here. It's a worthy wall and one that we are keeping in a fashion you'll see. When you turn the corner onto Christopher Street, the brick does not turn the corner. It gives way to a chain link fence that runs the length of the school playground and abuts the school building that has a 1-story addition. It's a bi-level chain link fence. It's opaque at the lower level to give privacy, and it has a painted concrete base. Here you see the photo montage that shows the full length of that chain link fence giving way to the school. If you can see, our site is outlined. It's about 3/4 of the existing fence will be removed and built. The rest remains. It's part of the school property and is not part of this project. And then as you progress west toward Greenwich Street, there's a 1-story addition that the commission approved to the school. And then that steps up to the original school building, which has additional floors with metal panels as the facade. This is a collage of what we see as key elements to the block from which we refer and draw inspiration from and are making an argument for appropriateness amongst them. Of course, the tower of the church, which is beautiful in its austerity. Below that, you see the chain link fence. This is the fence that's not chain link. The painted iron fence that's on the south side. Like I pointed out, our corner, the brick does not turn the corner. Likewise, a similar thing happens at the south end on Barrow Street, where the brick stands as a pier and then becomes a fence. In the middle, you see the corner of the 100 Barrow Street building, and if you look closer, you can see a granite base. All of the buildings, all of the structures on this block have some form of plinth, either a soldier course or a granite base or a painted concrete to the chain link fence. Most importantly, perhaps, you find a pattern throughout the block whereby there's an original datum or a residential scale datum of brick masonry that goes to a certain height, either partial height or 5 stories in the co-op building, or you can see the school building. And then what rises above that datum or has been added to that historic material is differentiated in a way. So you have a block of retains its original scale and then it demonstrates its evolution. Back to our site, across Christopher Street from us is a low two-story commercial building, fairly nondescript, with dark storefront and relatively random fenestration. Looking east on Christopher Street, across from our site, you also see buildings with dark storefront corners and on the ground floor, fairly closed, limited amount of fenestration, also somewhat random. The 1969 designation report pretty much exclusively describes the church and the surviving townhouses. It doesn't give much attention at all to the school building. The comment it makes about the church and the original surround of townhouses is that they were intended to shield the public from view of the burial grounds and the gardens of the church. As you heard from Mother Stacy, the church's mission has evolved over the years to become involve a broader definition of the community and a more public-facing mission. The last slide before I turn it over to Julie. This is the evolution of the block. You see in the 19th century how it began on the upper left, then fairly modest additions to the church and to the townhouses by 1899. Then in the 20th century, you see the introduction of school elements on the Greenwich Street side that expanded substantially to replace the townhouses with the long school building. Also in the 20th century, 1981 to be exact, there was a fire in the church, and if you look closely in the 1930 illustration, the church has a wing projecting to the south. That burnt, and the church interior was damaged and heroically rebuilt. That was a much smaller footprint than we were intending, and held some of the programs. And as Mother Stacy eloquently said, these programs have been expanding, and they hope to expand them further. Lastly, in the 21st century has come further addition to the school, both upper floors and the 1-story addition, and a 10-story residential apartment building. So back to our corner and its history, and I'll let Julie pick up from here.
Thank you, Harry. I'm Julie Nelson, partner at BKSK, and I will complete the presentation. These slides show the end of the block, which was historically a unique condition on Hudson, which we see in these photos. In general, more commercial, and in particular at the corner building, which was lower in scale, with a recessed corner entrance at Hudson and Christopher. Along Christopher Street itself, commercial signage is interspersed with punch storefront windows, all linked by a horizontal signage band above the first floor. Moving west, the building massing steps down transitioning to a plain utilitarian facade that breaks mid-block, allowing views into the block interior. The roof line of these buildings features dormers and bulkheads, resulting in varied roof lines. And here you see the tax photo from 1940 from the other direction, which just shows the same view of that corner in the step down. Repeating to the site plan that you saw before, here we wanted to talk about some constraints that are informing our design. The PATH train tunnel serving Christopher Street Station directly across the street runs below the sidewalk. That's shown in dotted in red here. The Port Authority has required a minimum setback from that tunnel for any subgrade construction. The utilities must also enter Hudson Street for that reason. At the south, shallow townhouse foundations would require underpinning. These constraints minimize the available footprint for the subgrade construction, making below-grade space infeasible and costly. Therefore, utility and service spaces must be located above ground.
One thing I meant to mention was Harry Kendall speaking again. Go back to that. The green spaces shown are indicative of the open space that's required by zoning and permitted the co-op building on the Barrow Street and Greenwich corner. Our site has always been since 2012 and presented to the landmarks as a site for a future building, and was never counted as part of that open space and is not needed for it.
This is a more detailed floor plan that gives you a sense of what's happening inside our building. There are 3 entry points, one off Hudson Street, which is the main entry, a second entrance located at the corner for access to the kitchen, with a third egress exit mid-block on Christopher. The floor plan is an efficient layout with an event space and kitchen being the primary program spaces. And a secondary support space acts as a green room or a small meeting space separated from the event space by an art wall, providing an opportunity for the display of the mission of the church through the windows along Christopher Street to passersby. So this slide explains our main design approach. We are proposing that along Hudson Street, the garden wall is rebuilt using salvaged brick with blind arches and pilasters in a similar configuration to the existing. Although this wall is not considered historic, we think it is important to preserve the symbolic and symmetrical connection to the Barrow Street garden, with the church at the heart of this composition. The remainder of the building is clad in terracotta with a vertical extruded profile, which provides a contrast to the brick with its deep green glaze. Entry is marked by a vertical glass pavilion, a modest nod to the central tower of the church building, with a smaller glass pavilion marking the second exit along Christopher Street. At the Christopher Street corner, the building massing steps back at an angle and plan, creating the first of a series of integrated planters and metal trellises. These trellises, along with window guards, provide continuity of metal detailing along the length of the Christopher Street facade. The design of this metalwork mimics the fence design used throughout the site and the fencing enclosing the south end of the Barrow Street Gardens specifically. The building sits on a granite base, matching the height of the adjacent fence curb and the play space to the west, and the granite matches that at 100 Barrow. At the west end of the building, a small rear garden is enclosed by a red brick wall so that the building is bracketed at each end by clay-colored masonry. At the roof, a light monitor brings natural daylight into the event space, and a green roof provides a fifth facade, bringing additional planting and greenery to the street. There is a modest collection of examples of single-story precedent buildings within the district with a number occupying corner sites. They are generally characterized by simple massing, often with step copings, masonry street walls, and a fenestration that has been altered over time and driven by program. We also looked at single-story pavilions in public open space as precedents, where the deep colored green palette blends with surrounding mature planting and tree canopies. Our proposed use of terracotta as a modern masonry material has precedent within this LPC district at 145 Parry Street and at the First Presbyterian Church on 12th Street. And there are numerous examples of terracotta in Community Board 2 landmark districts. Here we see an elevation perspective of the building taken from across Hudson Street, showing the brick wall with terracotta masonry rising above. Entrance marked by the taller glazed volume with clerestory glazing to bring daylight to the office space as well. At the south end of the building, the lower roof allows mechanical systems to be concealed behind the terracotta wall and a modest rooftop screen. The roof monitor is visible just beyond. The view from the south looking up Hudson Street illustrates the scale of the building with respect to its neighbors. At this end of the site, the building is about 16 feet above grade to give you a sense of scale. This is a view at Christopher and Hudson Street, and here we've omitted the street trees so you can see the architecture. And I just wanted to note that this facade was one of the ones that was really commented on the most by Community Board 2, and we've incorporated their feedback into the design that we're presenting to you today. At the corner, as I mentioned before, the building geometry is at a slight angle to allow the back of that brick wall to be revealed from Christopher Street, and the corner features an integrated trellis and planter. The secondary entrance to the kitchen and side light are now made of translucent glass, whereas before they were more solid. And two large punch windows now allow views into the kitchen. Previously, there was only one and it was smaller, so we've enlarged those and added a second window. The window heads feature metal lintels that recall stone lintels in the neighboring row houses. And mid-block, the building steps up in height as is required to accommodate the taller ceiling in the event space. Here there is a modest reveal in the facade, and we've also integrated a planter into the base of the building. At the taller volume, larger scale windows, recalling those storefronts, provide a view into the support space and art and display wall beyond. And the painted metal window guards at each windowsill work with the trellis to provide continuity of detail along the street here. We've also created a base with a consistent level of height, as Harry described, which is consistent throughout the block. This is a view looking from the west to the east, and the street trees are now back in the rendering. Here we see the continuity of the building base with the school, both at the existing fence and the single-story school addition, which is on the right of the image. We also see a glimpse of the end of the red brick wall enclosing the back terrace of our project and how it relates to the blank brick wall of the school and the garden wall at the corner of Hudson and Christopher. This is our material palette, and we've brought samples that we can present to you. You've seen this in prior slides, but we brought along a sample of the terracotta, where you can see the depth of color from the edge of profile to the valleys of the profile and see how it changes and catches light. It's very handcrafted, and it's custom developed for this project. We are also showing here the existing fence that encloses the south end of the Barrow Street Gardens, and although it looks like a very simple vertical picket fence, there is care in the detailing and in the rhythm of the pickets alternating in the front or behind the horizontals, and this has informed the design of our metalwork. This is a close-up detail of the entry showing some metalwork over the door, recalling the garden gate. And this is a view of the mid-block at Christopher Street, the rear entrance / exit with the mini glass pavilion and integrated planter. You see the edge of that brick wall coming that encloses the rear garden. And also an opportunity for signage to announce program events to people leaving the pass station as well. And our final slide just shows in more detail the detailing of that metal that comes down and through the Christopher Street facade. Thank you for the opportunity to present this project, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, can you bring up the plan of the site for the campus?
That's a question. Can I do that?
In the beginning.
Yes, I'm more wondering about the tech than this one.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you explain, I mean, it's a really interesting campus, and as explained, it's very unique because it's one lot.
Mm-hmm.
Explain the relationship of the proposed building to the landscape and green space on the interior side? The relationship of the building to the green space, I should.
Sure. So the building itself sets back at the back. The wall, there is a garden wall that separates our project from the space beyond, which is by use of the school. That's a playground. So can you point, Harry?
Sure.
Thank you.
can use the mouse.
Oh, can I use a mouse? Oh, thank you. So this is outdoor space in our project. There's a tall wall here. Then this area is play space for use by the school. These gardens here use by the school. There are gardens here, which serve as the school entry, and they come in through this zone here. To this side are the public, what we call the Barrow Street Gardens. So this is the front entry gate to those gardens, and they kind of wind back through this area. These areas are kind of private backyards for use by the townhouse residents.
I guess the question really is, master plan, could be described from a master plan perspective. How does the built environment relate to the landscape environment in general? Typically, St. Luke's Center is the outdoor space behind it linked to the green space. In general, or are they separate, or what is
it? Has a connection. There is a gate here so that if people want to move between the church and this, say for receptions or use, there is the ability to sort of connect through via these paths into this rear terrace area. So that's outdoor open space. So you can move through, but this is an interesting project in that we're sort of both connecting to that, but also we need to remain separate because this is used by the school as their play space. So we're trying to kind of do both, if you will.
If I'm understanding part of your question, it's both about architecture and about the use of the building, which the architecture is directly planned to serve. And we will be serving throughout the day people of different ages, different needs coming into the building, everything from seniors to people coming for free clothing of all ages. We have families coming for that. So it's understandably very important to the school that we have appropriate security measures, barriers, so that there's permeability, but not to the extent of being an issue for the use of the rest of that corner, that area by the school during the day. So in other words, that's why there's an egress out onto Christopher, and the entrance is where it is. So it's kind of hermetically sealed as needed during the day to protect the school community from any concerns arising from our program, and to make it very clear that the playground space continues to be safe for the school to occupy. We have many constituents on the block, and the purpose of this is to enable us to more fully fulfill our mission.
Okay, thank you.
Obviously, there's a green roof. There are architectural components that match.
Right.
With does that answer your question at all?
It helps a lot.
Oh,
actually.
good. Thank
I'm just trying to understand the character of how this building will be used. For example, will there be lines outside the building? And does the design accommodate people to be standing?
So one of the wonderful things about this new building, there's a couple. One is that we will be able to move some of our outreach programs, which remember can only take place in the school when the school isn't in the building. So that's weekends. That's weekends during the day and weekend evenings. And some of our Saturday afternoon / evening programs take place in the school dining room, which is right adjacent to 100 Barrow, with the co-op building with 20% affordable housing and co-op residents in there. And it will benefit the co-op residents enormously that those programs can now be moved to the Mission building sort of on the other end of the block. The other piece is currently, because we only have a very cramped space called Laughlin Hall to the back and the right of the church building for our, for example, community closet free clothing program, that only accommodates, believe it or not, 60 people standing. So with tables of sorted clothes, it's a big endeavor to set it up and tear it down each week in that tiny space. Once we can put it in the Mission building, people can come inside. They won't have to wait outside. So that's the plan there, and we hope that the design and positioning of this building, which has been very carefully considered, as well as presented to Landmarks in 2012, we hope that that will actually facilitate better management of our outreach programs and better service to all of our constituents on the block, school, residents, and the church community alike, as well as those guests that we're seeking to serve. It will not be, just to make it very clear, if it isn't already, it will not be any kind of overnight facility. It will not be a needle exchange program, being a lot of misinformation out there. So it is actually going to be a very secure and safe place to administer programs for many folks, but it will not be a transitional shelter. We're not applying for those permits. There is no intention to apply for those permits.
If I can just jump in,
yeah.
the use of the property is not really what we're concerned.
Thank you so much. I just wanted, the question about lines, just,
It helps just
Yeah.
trying to understand how the building would be utilized and how that's, how the design is driving that, essentially. The main entry is on Hudson Street, which is identified with a clear vertical element that invites you in. Is Christopher Street more or less a back of house side of the building? Or
Christopher Street is the service entrance in the lower.
side, it's
and-
not the front of the building?
Correct. And there's an exit only, an egress onto Christopher, basically across from the PATH train. But people will not be able to enter at any time for any reason from that Christopher Street, mid-Christopher Street egress. But I'm not an architect, so I'm going to step back
Okay.
now.
Thank you. Is that, I think,
I thought I'd add one brief thing. Your question has opened up our own thoughts about things we didn't express about the landscape. We are privileged to have some mature trees on the interior of the block. And very early, we studied taller buildings, 2-, 3-story buildings. And we found that a 1-story building, among its advantages, primarily budget, it's what the church could afford and what they needed. But we also, as that block has been porous in various ways, we can go back to the renderings. You see those trees on the interior block above our building from the as a pedestrian.
Well, I mean, you guys showed the images of the original condition of the block. There were townhouses 7 and 7, probably to the sides, that built out the whole street as a wall. And now you've got a garden on the left, and you're saying a welcoming facility on the right, which essentially is low rise now. So it's really kind of switched to the sense of welcoming.
Yeah.
Okay.
And lastly, the existing playground is not permeable, and our green roof will be, of course.
thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Question about the brick wall. So the wall is going to be demolished and the bricks are going to be salvaged for for Hudson Street. Are you salvaging bricks for the rear brick wall as well? And also, what went into the decision of where to stop the building? Because I'm looking at your rendering on sheet 24 where it shows that existing chain link fence. Was that like the point where you guys just decided to stop? Yeah.
So the last question was about kind of where we decide. So can you repeat that question
Yeah,
again?
only because I'm trying to get a better understanding of what it looks like where the building, where that low wall stops and where that new or existing fence kind of picks up. And is that wall visible, or like what's happening over there?
Are you talking about at the corner?
Right there. Yep.
At the other end?
Yep.
Yes, so that is a new brick wall, and if there is adequate brick, we certainly could use more salvage brick there, but we don't think there's going to be enough because we also have a lot line wall. So the sample we've shown you is a fairly good match to it. So if we have enough brick that we can mix it in with that separate brick wall, we can do that. The thing that's sort of determining, there's a couple of factors that are determining where we kind of stopped that along the west. We won't go into those sort of tax history, et cetera, but that is the kind of moment where the tax lot makes sense. We've now separated the tax lot, so this is following a tax lot delineation, which has an advantage for several reasons I won't go into. Immediately next to that fence is a gate in the existing chain link fence that is an egress easement for the school. So we don't want to alter their access to egress because that's serving all of their PA spaces at the back of the school. So that really informed the building size as well. Yeah, you'll see a gate there
Okay.
in the chain link. So that was, we wanted to keep, that's under their filing, that's part of their egress system, and they're sort of, from a filing perspective, they're an independent building from us.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum and then Commissioner Jefferson.
Okay. How did you determine the heights of the building? 15 feet, base cornice, 21 feet for the entry pavilion.
Mm-hmm.
How does that all play out? Why that height and not higher, not lower?
To be honest, those are really driven by internal decisions, kind of from the inside out, based on what is needed for the building.
So like the kitchen needs a 15-foot ceiling?
Well, the kitchen needs a 15-foot ceiling because we have the exhaust running through and back. So to get it under structure and then to get the exhaust away from the street and sort of in the point we want, these are actually quite full ceilings. So then we step up the building to what feels proportionate and appropriate for a room of this size for the event space. So that's kind of what's driving the height.
And again, the main entrance is meant to be on
Hudson Street, that's right.
Thank you, Commissioner Jefferson.
If you go to page 4.
Page 4?
You have a beautiful urban bookend. And my question is, so the wall on the right-hand side and the wall on the left-hand side, are they the same material and color?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Now I think we're going to move to public testimony. We have some people signed up to speak. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call the first 3 speakers, and you can come up to the podium and state your name. And we're going to ask you to limit your testimony to 2 minutes because we're running quite a bit behind today. The first speaker is going to be Reverend Andrew Ancona, and then John Singler, and then Michael Cudney. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Father Andrew Ancona, and I'm the Senior Associate Priest at St. Luke's. I'm here today to voice my unequivocal support for St. Luke's plans for its mission building project at 497 Hudson. And it's my understanding that as we gather today, the Commission is tasked with judging the architectural appropriateness of this proposal. As a priest and a trained architect, I believe the project team has proposed a building that is thoughtful and appropriate in strategy, scale, and materiality, particularly in response to community input and the church's needs. The strategy of the building design lends itself to the preservation of St. Luke's quaint and charming nature while seeking to safely offer and expand the important services which support our vulnerable community members and established neighbors alike. The inclusion of the garden wall preserves the overall balance and enclosure of the block and site. The overall design respects the block's now developed symmetry while nodding to a historic and unique occupation of this corner. Together, the facade treatment around the front entrance and Christopher Street glazing offers a warm embrace as a beacon to the space and programming within. The rear gathering space and adjoining terrace provides flexibility and security for guests who now wait on the street and in the exposed gardens for services, while also appropriately relating in scale and separation to neighboring spaces and structures. As the church seeks to build only what it needs to serve the many constituents of the village and beyond, the scale of the building remains relatively small. Its massing does not overwhelm the surrounding neighborhood nor detract from the surrounding streetscape. The building footprint does not consume all of the current outdoor space, and conversation has been collaborative with the school to allow for continued outdoor play space on ground level. Finally, the materiality, mainly masonry in the form of brick and ceramic tile, speaks to the historic material language of the block and neighborhood, while being thoughtfully distinct and environmentally appropriate. The design incorporates various horticultural elements such as the green roof and planters, further enhancing the place of the natural environment
Sorry,
of
if you
what
could
is currently
summarize the remaining.
mostly paved. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Reverend. And now we have John Singler.
Yes, my name is John Singler, and I speak today in strong support of the certificate of appropriateness for the proposed building at 497 Hudson Street. I've lived in the village for more than 40 years. 2 years ago, I joined St. Luke in the Fields Parish. I've long admired this church's sense of place, but I now also admire its role as an anchor of the community. I'm a member of the Village Preservation Society, and like village preservation, I am committed to the perpetuation, village preservation, I'm committed to the perpetuation of the visual aspects of the village that make it beloved and unique. Village preservation has stated that an ongoing sense of connection to the past need not require that new buildings be frozen in time. Along these lines, St. Luke's has a track record of moving forward architecturally while being sensitive to history. In responding to the 1981 fire that devastated the church building, the parish made expansions to the west and south of the church. Commenting on them, the American Institute of Architects Guide to New York stated, quote, "Emitting rich overtones of the past, the expansions are fresh in spirit while harmonious to the older structures," end quote. The AIA statement can be applied equally well to the proposed new building. For example, its design draws on architectural elements from the St. Luke's ensemble. Its use of terracotta enlivens the Christopher Street facade, and the proposed planters and green roof are at once aesthetically pleasing and energy efficient. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. And now Michael.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cudney. As a warden of the church and a member of the St. Luke's School Board, I am happy to read this statement by the school board in support of the design of the building. Quote, "The school recognizes the importance of the church's mission and understands that the mission building will be used to further the church's support of and ability to bring together members of the community. As a member of St. Luke's School Board of Trustees, Mother Stacy is committed to ensuring the school maintains ample outdoor spaces for curriculum and play. The church has been and continues to be actively engaged in evaluating space on the block and remains in dialogue with representatives of the school and our landscape architects as we work to reimagine and integrate outdoor areas for the benefit of our students and the wider community. Our team is in regular coordination with the church's architects around topics such as security, egress, and construction, and those concerns have been addressed in the current building design. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next three speakers are going to be Malachi Duffy, and then Nell, and then Richard Kegel. We'll start with Malachi.
Thank you very much. I'm Malachi Duffy. I've lived in the village for almost my entire adult life, and one of my great pleasures in being a village resident is being able to walk through the wonderful streets and see and appreciate the visual and architectural and design cohesion of the neighborhood. I think that in collaboration with the school and in taking into consideration, excuse me, points that were raised at Community Board 2, the architects have come up with a design and a building that is consistent with the aesthetic of the block and of the village overall, particularly the use of the brick wall and repurposing bricks to recreate the wall of the facade on Hudson Street, the echo of the beautiful bell tower in the entryway to the new building, and also the echoing of the fence at the beloved St. Luke Gardens at the corner of Hudson and Barrow in metalwork and trellises and planters that will also echo the gardens as well. Particularly of interest to me is the new life that's going to be breathed into the corner of Christopher and Hudson. Right now, it's a very desolate stretch of land and streetscape with chain link fence faced with black tarping. And the new design will bring windows and light and more design vibrancy to this stretch. The programs that are going to be introduced and conducted in the new building will also enliven the streetscape and bring life to a section of the village or a corner of the village right now that has been static and fairly lifeless. So I'm very much in favor of this proposal, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Malachy. We have Nell. Thank you.
New life are very different terms that we've heard in recent. But I'm Nell Rebo. I live in the West Village, and I am against this proposal. Members of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, it's not a skate notice that the only voices in support of Mother Stacy's are those that are directly employed by her, the people who actually live in the West Village, the neighbors, the families, the parents of the children who attend the school stand united against this project. I believe there are more than 2,500 people who signed a petition against this project. A lot of people wrote in letters. These children and the community are the ones who deserve your protection. This proposal would fundamentally undermine the historic character of the block by introducing incompatible massing materials and site changes that would disrupt the very fabric of your commission, which is created to safeguard these things. I ask you to consider not only the architectural incongruity, but the human cost, the potential displacement of children from their school community, and the distress and division this project has already caused among longstanding residents who have faithfully served as the stewards of this historic district. Moreover, the applicant's stated needs to pursue a federal security grant reveals the true nature of the proposal, high security institutional complex embedded in what is now a quiet residential and religious campus. That security infrastructure would serve the applicant alone, not the public, and would further erode the open, community-oriented character that defines this landmarked environment. I already understand some parents have taken a stand by withdrawing their support from the school. As mentioned, there has been a petition going around. I urge you to notice this. And I ask the commission to go further to designate St. Luke's and its adjoining grounds as a protected landmark, which I think it already is, consistent with how parks and open spaces across New York have already been recognized for their cultural and historic value. Doing so would not only preserve the architectural integrity of the West Village, but also ensure that the unique charm, the very character that draws people here from around the world, remains intact for generations to come. Please protect the history, the children, and protect the West Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Nell. And now we have Richard.
My name is Richard Kygel. I'm a longtime St. Luke worshiper. Now, there is nothing unusual, exceptional, or even controversial about a house of worship building a public meeting space. A quick Google search shows 37 churches, mosques, synagogues, and temples with a community center where people can gather. So now, if you go to the corner of Christopher and Hudson right now, you will see this 12-foot chain link fence. You all saw a picture of it earlier. It's a fence that looks like every other fence around just about every playground in the city. It runs almost the whole length of Christopher Street right to Greenwich. The lower half of the fence has a green vinyl privacy screen with images of fake leaves that make it look like military camouflage. Now, I do not have any training or expertise in architecture, but I can tell you the technical term for this kind of structure is ugly. It's been there for like 20 years. So your decision offers a clear break between the past and the future. After consulting with CB2, we've made certain design changes that they recommended. So imagine that you are a visitor to the West Village and you're coming out of the PATH station on Christopher Street. Looking at this new community center, what will you see? Well, the side door features translucent glass. There will be storefront type windows like you see all along Christopher Street, allowing more interior visibility, including one window with a view of an art exhibit inside the building. And directly opposite the PATH station, visitors will see a sign placed beside a strategically placed planter, literally welcoming them to upcoming events. So it's a much nicer introduction to the West Village than what's there now. When a house of worship offers cultural, educational, religious, and material support to everyone, it often becomes the spiritual heart of a community. Here, we have a generational opportunity to create more possibilities to serve more people in more ways, to benefit, nourish, sustain, and inspire the whole community. So let's do this.
Thank you. Okay, our next three speakers are Hannah Sohn, Mark Bodwin, and Valerie Comer. We'll start with Hannah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Hannah Sohn. I'm on staff at St. Luke's, grant writing and managing our community programs. Several speakers have spoken about the architectural design of our new building, and I'd like to address the appropriateness of it. St. Luke's wants only to build what is absolutely necessary for our needs and no more. We are in dire need of more space. For example, our community closet is bursting at the seams. In Laughlin Hall, only a few volunteers and guests can enter at a time. The majority of our guests must congregate outdoors in the rain, in the heat, on the coldest of winter days, and our recently arrived families are in abject fear of being targeted by ICE. Out in the open, they are at risk. The new building will bring everyone indoors in comfort and safety. Bringing everyone indoors will preserve the tranquility of our Hudson Street courtyard and Barrow Street garden for our neighbors to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Mark.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and offer feedback. My name is Mark Bodwin. My wife and I are parishioners at the Church of St. Luke's in the Fields for over 27 years. Both of our children were christened at St. Luke's and attended St. Luke's School. The proposal for a new building on the block is both a poorly executed site and building plan, and I would ask the Landmarks Commission to deny this application for the following reasons. Number one, incompatibility with the historic district character. The design introduces a large modern institutional structure that is incompatible with the surrounding low-scale 19th century buildings. It diverges in scale, massing, and material, disrupting the established rhythm and sense of place of the Greenwich Village Historic District. Number two, disruption of the historic site relationships. The proposal would eliminate essential open space, which historically defined the church as a pastoral sanctuary in an urban setting, a concept dating to its 1820 founding. It would destroy the rare and harmonious symmetry of the church being flanked by open space on both the Christopher and Barrow Street corners. A new building should be discreetly integrated on the site, at the site of the original mission building, which was set back on the rear south side of the church, which burned down in 1981, and not imposed on the street front. Number three, this proposal is inconsistent with Landmark's architectural standards. The building's scale and materiality fail to be harmonious with the district, appearing more like a contemporary institutional and commercial structure. It would visually dominate adjacent historical row houses violating the principle that new construction must be subordinate to the historic fabric. Number 4, this would adversely impact on the adjacent properties. The modern design, location, and size would compromise the setting and light and directly abutting the 19th century Federalist row houses. In summary, please join Community Board 2 in rejecting this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And finally, we have Valerie.
Thank you so much. I am here today to voice my very strong support for the approval of a certificate of appropriateness for 487 Hudson Street, which has been submitted by the Church of St. Luke in the Fields. In my view, the design by the architects preserves not only the architectural integrity of this entire block, but also the historical significance of the church's 200-year-old social mission to the parish and the community. As a parishioner of St. Luke's for 30 years and a village resident for just as long, I can attest to the thoughtfulness which the architects have brought to their vision, to both design and purpose. Their vision conforms to the spirit of the place while providing a very practical structure for a variety of services, everything from clothing drives to community dinners to theology classes. A church is, after all, meant to serve, meant to feed and nurture. And as the church never rebuilt its parish house after the 1981 fire, it has had to rely on school space for most of its outreach offerings. I believe the aesthetics of the proposed building complement its function. I like the use of the companionate materials, both natural and man-made. The block remains a visually unified whole, with brick, glass, terracotta, and greenery blending in harmony. Seen from across Hudson Street, the straight vertical lines, notably in the raised entry, echo those of the Federalist-style church. Parish house and church balance each other in mission and in beauty. Thank you for considering my opinions today.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I'm going to turn it over now to Stephen Thompson to see if we have any remote testimony.
Those joining us via Zoom, please use the raise hand function if you wish to speak. Our first speaker will be Chanel Spence. You will have 2 minutes to speak. I'll be promoting you to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, I'm Chenault Spence, Chair of the Landmarks Committee, Community Board 2, Manhattan, and I'm speaking for the board. It is rare that the committee recommends radical denial of an application rather than seeking modifications to a proposed design, much the same as the Commission does in its hearings. The committee was disappointed that the applicants, both the architects and the church representatives, were reluctant to enter into any meaningful dialogue throughout the presentation and the questioning period. We were pleased to see just today that the fenestration on Christopher Street has been increased. However, that does not change our general position. At the public meeting, the committee heard a great deal of testimony in favor of and opposed to the application. Like today, little of which concerned the landmarks matters. The committee was dutiful in considering the application only for its appropriateness by the usual landmark standard. The building does not meet the required design qualifications for approval. It is this design's lack of historic reference and inappropriateness to the church campus and the immediate neighborhood and the district that led the community board's recommendation of denial. The existing Hudson Street wall lies in symmetry with the garden wall at the south end of the campus, and they together provide terminations at each end of the long block. The gate, as with the South Garden entrance, invites one to enter and discover what lies beyond. This proposal replaces the wall with a less elegant version that strips away the subtle detailing. Its use as simply as a base for a second level of windows and the feeling of the building's garden and the feeling of the building in a garden behind the wall is lost. The result is a fortress-like facade, inexplicably in the context of other buildings in the campus decorated with green terracotta panels. It is foreboding rather than welcoming. The treatment of the north facade, again decorated with terracotta, is clearly a secondary service area that adds at odds with the Christopher Street as a lively main thoroughfare with a great deal of pedestrian traffic. The condition is somewhat improved by the windows that have been added. The building as a fortress.
I'm so sorry, Chanel, if you could please summarize the remainder of the resolution.
I'm at the last paragraph. The building as a fortress on Hudson Street and a service area on Christopher Street, and is in no way welcoming to the vulnerable people that it seeks to serve. It is not appropriate for this location. We strongly urge denial. Thank you very much.
The next speaker will be Dina Taswinter. For this agenda item, again, we will have 2 minutes to speak per testifier.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Dina Taswinter speaking on behalf of Village Preservation. Village Preservation acknowledges that there is historic precedent for a building or buildings along this portion of the Church of St. Luke in the Fields property. Overall, we find the design of the Hudson Street facade to be appropriate, and we appreciate the attention given to retaining or reconstructing the 1950s brick garden wall, which also exists at the southern end of the block and provides continuity and a welcoming entrance here. Some minor refinements to the design, such as introducing thinner framing at the top story so that it may read more like a traditional atelier, would be welcome. We do have stronger concerns about the Christopher Street facade. The swath of dark glazed terracotta proposed for this side of the building is somewhat foreboding, warehouse-like, and seems far from appropriate. There is no precedent for this uniformity of solid terracotta in the historic district. Given its prominence along the streetscape, the Christopher Street facade should be treated as a primary facade with a balanced and inviting design to reflect that, possibly evoking the garden pavilion precedents that were shown in the presentation. We don't oppose some integration of the green terracotta into the design, but we ask that consideration be given to breaking the facade up in scale and to finding a better balance of terracotta, glazed openings, and an integration of the more contextual brickwork that is found elsewhere on this building's design and throughout the site. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Kaylee Johnson.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kaylee Johnson, speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC would like to commend this excellent proposal. We appreciate the texture in the glazed terracotta rain screen that creates beautiful visual interest. We also commend the reconstruction of the original Hudson Street brick wall. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Dylan Spencer Kenny.
Hello. Thank you to the members of the commission. I am Dylan. I was born and raised in the West Village, and this is relevant. I grew up in the St. Luke's Parish in the 80s, learning as a child what it meant to be an AIDS advocate. St. Luke's has always been a safe haven to marginalized community members, so service to others is why I am here today. I hope to recognize that this proposal is, by every measure, appropriate. The only opposition voiced does not rest on historical precedents on design, but rather on concerns about social impact, including fear-mongering and systematic racism. With respect to the committee today, the duty is to adhere to historical context in terms of design regulations and preservation appropriateness only. The proposal is an example of responsible stewardship, blending preservation with purpose, aspects including high quality materials while enabling contemporary community use. Please note, there is no reproduction option. As you know, this is St. Luke's in the fields. So with respect, I ask directly, what is your definition of appropriate? Because what is being proposed here fits exactly what that is defined as. The appropriateness and the evolution of form without the loss of character. I wanted to also just mention that the restoration of St. Luke's property is not only their right, it is a service to the community, and it is very much the heritage to this commission. St. Luke's is a wonderful neighbor that generously opens its gardens to the public. And this design is modest. They are not spending a fortune. They are trying to actually serve the community. I believe that St. Luke's proposal demonstrates respect and rigor, which is worthy of this commission's approval. Mother Stacy has demonstrated complete transparency in her public presentation guidelines, and I will say that the response from the landmarks feels personal and not actually in connection with contemporary community use. Please understand.
Sorry, if you could please summarize the remainder?
Yep, that in terms of appropriateness, this design respects the historical patterns, and I thank you very much for your time. I hope that this helps.
All right, the next speaker will be Maria B.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wait, okay, thank you. Rather than repeat other sentiments of reasons against this project, I'm going to emphasize a couple of other things for more perspective against this project. So during their presentation to the CB2 Landmarks Committee, BKSK architects stated that the programs that are going on in this building are not ones that one wants to direct views onto the street, offering this as the justification for the lack of windows on the facade. If the activities within the building are not appropriate for public view, they're not appropriate for this block. One can also argue, therefore, that it would certainly not satisfy one of the LPC's charges of protecting surrounding property values. This is, after all, one of the most prominent throughways of the West Village. The new life, as one speaker mentioned, would be erasing children's laughter. Approving this project would set a troubling precedent for large-scale new construction within the Greenwich Village Historic District. If a building of this massing and design is appropriate here, it will be difficult to prevent similar intrusions elsewhere, leading to the gradual erosion of the very qualities that the LPC was created to protect. The CB2 Landmarks Committee recognized these fundamental conflicts and rightly denied the application. We respectfully urge the LPC to do the same. Thank you.
The next speaker is Julia Alberino. Julia, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Julia Alberino, a long-term parishioner and
lay leader at St. Luke in the Fields, and I am here today to voice my strong support for the new building to be constructed on our campus. The low-rise profile of the building is in keeping with the surrounding area and does not overwhelm any existing structure on the block. It provides a visually appealing combination of form and function. Changes made in response to comments from Community Board 2 have resulted in enlarged and additional windows, which give the building a light and airy feeling, particularly on the inside, which for me personally is very attractive because I do value well-lighted meeting spaces. The metalwork proposed resembles that used to enclose the Barrow Street Gardens at the south end of the block, which further enhances how the new building fits into its surroundings. The metal detailing on Christopher Street is much more attractive than the long current chain link fence, and much more in keeping with the historic feel of the architecture on the block, and to my mind, more suitable to the Greenwich Village Historic District than what's currently on that corner. Features like the green roof add modern environmental consistency, yet traditional touches mirroring the gardens at street level. In summary, I hope you will find it warranted to issue a certificate of appropriateness for this addition to the Greenwich Village Historic District. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Sonia Berlin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, thank you so much for your work balancing historic preservation with responsible development. I write to express, or I'm sharing my strong opposition to the proposed St. Luke's Center. This project directly conflicts with the LPC's stated goals of enhancing property values. The building will draw increased foot traffic from people in need, causing congestion and disorder that will depress local property values. Encouragement of civic pride. So over 2,300 residents
Sonia, I believe you have a poor connection.
Hi.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Is that better?
A bit. No, I think this might be a connection issue, but I think that your opposition was
Hi,
registered.
is that better? Oh.
Sure.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear? Hi, I'm sorry.
I think that you do
So
have a
let me
connection
just summarize. I still have a
If you could
connection
offer a
issue.
final statement, please.
Okay, so just in echoing what Chanel and Dina have said, this design does not fit the neighborhood, and I strongly urge the commission to reject this proposal. Thank you.
If anyone else on Zoom would like to testify, please raise your hand. The next speaker is Morden Barra.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Cameron Nielsen. I believe if you ask anyone in our community, even those who are against this current mission building, that we all support a rebuild of the parish house, but not this current structure. The original parish house was burned in 1981 in a devastating fire. And in 1982, the Landmarks Preservation Committee gave a certificate of appropriateness to rebuild that structure. That is the structure that we should be rebuilding, not this new, entirely different structure masquerading as the parish house. I strongly stand against this current structure and hope the LPC can see this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else on Zoom would like to speak, please use the raise hand function. All right, seeing none, I'll note for the record that LPC receives written testimony, including 6 individuals recommending approval and 10 individuals recommending denial, some of whom we've heard from today.
Thank you. We're actually running quite a bit behind, but would the applicant like to respond succinctly to any of the comments?
Yes, 4 things, I think, very briefly. Number one, Mr. Chennault Spence addressed the Community Board 2 resolution, which they issued. Just to note, as I'm sure you will recall, Commissioners, that vote was 24 to 13. 24 to 13. That means 13 actually were opposed to the opposition. It was hardly unanimous. That's the first point. We're happy to continue conversation with Community Board 2 as this approval process hopefully moves forward. Number 2, we continue to work with the school, and the designs from their landscape architect are, I believe, uploaded now to the LPC portal, wishing to offer additional reimagined open space for child-friendly play spaces in the interior of the block, which will actually be safer than the abutment of the current playground area on Christopher Street. That's number 2. Number 3, we are aware that there has been a lot of misinformation out there about the use of this space, and we continue to be committed to meeting with anyone who would like to share their concerns. We've already had many open meetings, and I think that has been the source of actually more consternation, more heat than light, as it were, in terms of what's actually going to be planned for the new space. And I think finally, just to clear up some misperceptions about what some have called the parish house, which burned in 1981, the parish house is still existing. The parish house is 487 Hudson Street. The parish hall was what burned down in 1981. It was a very small space, not much bigger than the current Laughlin Hall, which continues to exist. Certainly not adequate to the needs of our programs now, let alone what we hope to do. Rebuilding on the site of the former parish hall presents, as I understand it, several zoning issues, open space requirement problems, and moreover, there are very obvious issues, I think, of access and egress right into that internal area of the block. And that is exactly the area that we are offering to the school for additional open space. So we don't think that location would be advantageous, and we think that it would not be adequate for the needs that we have, which the new purpose-built space seeks to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any final questions? If not, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Wilder, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Ikumbe, would you second that?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to start this discussion?
Thank you, yes. I think that the proposal is, as one would expect from both this client and their architect, very thoughtfully presented, very carefully done, and a very nicely detailed building. I think that the general approach and instinct is generally correct from an appropriateness perspective. I think, looking at the way that the block exists now and has existed for several decades, the idea of keeping the 2 ends along Hudson low and leaving a kind of suggestion of the garden wall as a symmetrical balance to the south corner on Hudson is an appropriate strategy. I think that the construction of a 1-story building in a neighborhood and in the immediate area where there are a number of 1-story buildings is also appropriate. I think that the choice of materials is generally appropriate. My concern is wholly and completely the height. I think that the suggestion of the building as a single-story garden-scaled taxpayers, such as it is, or a secondary building to the church, is harmed by the heights chosen. And I don't refer to the height of the main event room, which I think is probably okay, although it probably could drop down. Most of the uses described didn't seem to be those that required a more heraldic space, but rather referred to a rather functional space, but that's kind of their business. I think that the height of the pavilion is generally okay. I think the service spaces, which comprise the majority of the streetscape, are too high. I think that the proportion of the terracotta to the brick shows that for me. That's kind of what first caught me about it. It gives it an indeterminate height that seems too non-deferential to the rest of the block for a form of building that purports to be deferential to the block. So I would suggest that the applicant work with staff to reduce that height, probably by a couple of feet. Furthermore, I think that the choice of using the terracotta, which is a lovely and luscious material, as the principal facade for the Christopher Street, for me, I think that's a mistake. I think what it does is it makes this much more into a building and much less into a developed kind of garden space. I would suggest that they explore the possibility of continuing the brick around the corner and leaving the terracotta, which has a very kind of dramatic quality. I think that it does kind of stand out in the neighborhood. In the analysis that was presented, the storefronts were highlighted as being dark painted, but that dark painted material was generally presented against a standard red brick backdrop. Here, you have a rather expansive array of wall, very glossy, very lovely, very animated, that is kind of, I think, it's imbalanced relative to the context. So I would suggest that they lower the perimeter. I think that the entry portal pop-up is exemplary of that. I think it's too foregrounded. It's not deferential enough. I think the building should be lower, with the exception of the main room, and that the brick should wrap.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I think the way the building is sited, bookendings of the lower walls on either end of Hudson Street is quite beautiful. I think when I saw the brick and the terracotta, and I thought right away of arts and craft movement of England in the 1840s. And I thought it's beautiful kind of landscape and wall and color. I thought it was just gorgeous. I thought that the Christopher Street was a little harsh. They couldn't figure out how to solve that one. But the Christopher Street was a little heavy. But I thought the green material is gorgeous, a beautiful material. And I don't think the height, I think if it was one height, it would be one thing. I don't think the making it two levels is an issue for me. I think the entry on Hudson Street, the high entry, I think it's appropriate. It says entry, it says breaks the wall, you enter into this space. And I think the skylight on the top of the higher volume, beautiful light coming in. I think they did a beautiful job here. I think the only issue for me is just the harshness of and I don't know how you solve that on Christopher Street.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Chu?
Yes, I think that looking at the history of this block, and as I had stated before, the fact that it was really a wall of townhouses on either side, what's there now is very different because those bookends are actually low rise, and I think that what's being proposed is feels harmonious to me. It feels like the church still retains its height and its priority and its focus in the middle. I find this proposal very modest, and I think the materials are beautiful. I think that Christopher Street does need more work. I think that Hudson, I think, is well composed and well proportioned. I think the reason it works well is because they based its design on the historic brick wall and the upper portion. The two create a dialogue. I have no problem, in fact, really like the contemporary expression because it shows that something contemporary was built with respect to the historic character and history of the block. I think that's where, for me, the Christopher Street falls a little short. And that's why I asked, is this the service side? Is this the back of house? Because a bit feels that way, but being as prominent as it is, where it is, I don't think it wants to feel that way. I don't think it needs a lot of work, but I do think that as an elevation, it could be more frontal feeling. It does feel more resultant. The discussion of the heights, to me as a whole, it is a very modest piece here. I find the different heights actually confusing. I just feel like I don't know where to focus on this facade. The fact there are trees actually will disguise this facade a bit, but it's not really welcoming me because it's not really an entry point. I mean, I think in terms of a street face, it does want to feel a little bit more frontal. You essentially have two front facades on the corner here. I think that with some minor adjustment, to me, the strength in the scheme on Hudson is, again, the horizontal datum. And I think that that is something that can be utilized on Spring Street as well and unify this corner. It doesn't have to be bringing the brick wall back, but I think the datum will help. Something that it does for me is actually give me a sense of human scale. Without that datum, the terracotta glazed material does feel very tall at the sidewalk level without a sense of scale. The windows go up, and therefore I have no datum, but I think with a few moves, it can get there.
Thank you. Commissioner Akimbe?
Overall, I appreciate actually where this building is being proposed on the site. It works well. There is a balance that's happening on the site, and it is reminiscent to what was in the past, but not an exact replica. And it's kind of reimagined. One thing I do like is that there's a play on the two kind of bookends of one being an external communal space while the other one's being an internal communal space. And I think that's a nice play. It also works well with actually the use of the materials, maintaining some of the existing context, especially within the brick wall, but also while introducing the green terracotta, it actually plays with the ideal of greenery and foliage, of actually connecting the space together. I agree that the entrance on Hudson was the right move and it works well with the building. But I also agree with my fellow commissioners that the Christopher Street just facade in itself needs a little more work. One thing might be that the service is on a prominent street. And I think maybe that's one of the issues that's where the resolution hasn't really quite worked itself out yet. I don't know if things can be rearranged or so, but I believe that street face should read more like a major street face.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I think I'll kind of pick up right on that point. I think it's important to note that this is a corner and there are two facades, and I do enjoy the entrance on Hudson. I think that is the appropriate entrance based on the use, whereas the large gathering space located, also the sides of the sidewalk. I think I like the entrance on Hudson Street. And I also I find the terracotta quite nice. I really enjoy the material choice. I'm not so, I think whether I guess I'm on the fence about the differing heights. Overall, I don't have an issue with how tall it is, though, especially as it relates to the opposite side, across the street on Christopher Street, because those are kind of 2 stories, or maybe they're a few feet taller than what the highest point of this facade will be. What else? Yeah, going back to the Christopher Street facade, it because it is a major facade. It's because programmatically it's not being treated that way. I think that approach makes the building kind of suffer in its design. It's almost like it's an afterthought in a sense. And I think some of the comments that Commissioner True could solve some of those issues. I like the brick remaining on Hudson and not necessarily turning on Christopher Street. I think there's opportunity for this facade to be unique and just as powerful versus looking at, I know it wasn't an afterthought, but it could feel that way based on just location of doors and windows and height of those separate elements. Also, I guess this is unrelated, but still related. I think even changing that chain link fence to a iron gate or something like that could really enhance that entire street. And because it is part of the project, I think that's something that could be studied and actually help the project. Material fence entrance. Yeah, I think those are my main points, but I do enjoy the idea of keeping the garden wall and also adding a similar wall at the rear. I think it creates a nice balance where this terracotta is kind of sandwiched in the middle of it. And yeah, maybe if it's the same height, that could help it as well. It just seems like there's a lot going on and it's not treated as if it's a primary facade.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg?
So I can improve this. And I just want to address a few comments that were made because I find the difference in height expresses the difference in functions of the two parts of the building is fine. And I don't find that the kitchen support wing is really too low, given the general scale is low. I think something that may not have been shown well, but helps the Christopher Street facade is those three, as I understand it, those 3 windows in the taller space open up onto a wall where art is going to be displayed, making it not feel like a very secondary facade. Yeah, it's not the entrance. You really only want one entrance. But as I walk along the street, I'll be able to look in, and it, I think, will be a changing. I don't know this for a fact. The other point I want to just make is I agree that that chain link fence is unfortunate. My understanding is that is not within the church's control, but is part of the school's property. So they could ask to change it, but is really not part of this review. So I could approve this as is, and I think it's a quite elegant solution and agree with most of what my fellow commissioners said. And I think in general, we're generally supportive, and even those who aren't totally supportive of the current design are largely, but I could approve it as is.
Thank you. Commissioner Mahan?
Thank you for that clarity, Commissioner Ginsburg. I also think there's much to commend here. And I'd like to talk through some thoughts, but I don't think for me that it's quite ready for approval today. Just to be upfront, as you were inspired by you. This is a difficult site, a difficult context, and a difficult history in many sites. there's a kind of clear historical precedent that points to a particular solution. Here, there's been so much change across the block as a whole that you kind of had to choose, what to respond to. And I think the instinct of kind of restoring the macro scale symmetry across the entire block with the single story brick wall is a good one. I do find the building to be overall modest. I find, building of a one scale building to be entirely appropriate. And I want to say I appreciate the care and thought that was given to the massing, the detailing, and the investment in quality materials. I think it's entirely appropriate that it is contemporary, that has a place in landmarked districts. That being said, I will say it is a contemporary building trying very hard to fit in, and sometimes I think actually too much so. There are many gestures towards the historic district and historic elements that might not even be necessary, that might make the building feel a little fussy. I think you've done it with the scale, with the quality materials, with the brick wall, which is a huge gesture. But there are these trellises that feel, like a kind of superficial application that I'm not sure they're needed. There's this water table on the Christopher Street facade that I'm not sure is needed. That's kind of suffering from a lot of ideas, I would say. So I would give that some thought if I were the applicant. Going back to the Hudson Street facade, I thought overall, great sort of idea. I'm fine with the height. I think the terracotta is beautiful. It's beautiful in and of itself, but it recedes relative to the brick. So that's all great. I had a thought for you this one, change sort of my feeling about appropriateness, but wouldn't it be lovely if the brick extended just a little bit, and so there were a kind of slippage, a differentiation between what's in front and what's conceptually behind. Something to think about. Some details we talked about. Other details, I found that the cornice line particularly on the Christopher Street side, but here as well, is too heavy and too fussy. And the Christopher Street facade, as others have said, compositionally, I think needs another path. I'm not so concerned that it's secondary, it should or shouldn't be an entrance, this or that. But it needs a kind of clear idea about its composition. Finally, Commissioner Chu asked about the relationship to the open space at the beginning of the hearing. I personally didn't think that was answered satisfactorily. It really was not demonstrated, illustrated, or commented upon much at all. We look at townhouses, for example, row houses all the time, and fuss, in great detail over what the back, which no one ever sees from the right away, looks like. Never ever saw entirely half of this building once. So I think that's an important aspect. It's a part of the landmark, the kind of integrity of the building as a whole. So I would ask you to add some thought and illustration in the future as well. Thank you for this application.
Thank you. So as you can see, we're not going to take any action today, but I think that you have a lot of positive news. In general, the commissioners were supportive of the siting, of where you've placed this building, the one-story building. They really like the terracotta and brick on Hudson Street, but not necessarily on Christopher Street. I think Christopher Street might need a little bit more design work. And some of the commissioners were fine with the height. Other commissioners said, perhaps lower the height or make it the same height. I think that's something that we can be studied. But overall, I think you had a lot of positive comments today. So we'll bring you back after you do some work with staff. Thank you.
Right, we'll move on to the next item. It's public hearing item number 8, LPC 25-09464. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Manhattan, block 621, lot 1, 540 Hudson Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a residential building with ground floor storefronts designed by Morris Ajami Architects and built in 2023. The application is to install vinyl film at display windows.
Thank you commissioners for your time and for hearing me today. My name is Brenna Sheehan. I work for Salt and Straw. We're a Portland, Oregon-based ice cream company, and we have a location at 540 Hudson, the corner of Charles Street. You can see our location here in the Historic District. Our application is for vinyl that will be installed on our storefront windows. Here are some images of the building. It's 2 years old, a contemporary building. We're at the corner. And in the south elevation in the right corner, you can see our back of house door, and to the right of it is a glimpse of the window. Both of that covers our walk-in freezer. Both of those are in a grayscale that was staff approved by Landmarks. Some other detail. The window edges, we won't be touching any of it. Again, this is for a vinyl. On the bottom left is a overall glimpse of what we're talking about. So it's vinyl on the windows, the transoms above our storefront windows that extend slightly onto the storefront. The white that's shown is transparent to look into the shop. And it's a take on our ribbon design, which is from our original Portland shop, and also speaks to the ribboning in and swirls in our ice cream. And then when we come into a new community, we look at, being a part of it. And so we were inspired by, the tree-lined blocks of Greenwich Village, which were a proud, participant in the community. We are open for business already, as well as, the ironwork. This is an example of an approved vinyl on 6th Avenue. But we think our vibrant design looks much better. Right, as opposed to black on a storefront. Just saying. A floor plan. On the left side, the west elevation is Hudson Street. The northernmost window has a louver, and then there is a transom on the southernmost window. On the Charles Street side, which is the south elevation, the first two windows, left, right, are transom windows, and then the third is a metal panel. So this would be an exterior vinyl application because of the different materials. Following that transom is the door to the back of house, and then the window where our walk-in freezer resides. So again, those both have a current grayscale vinyl staff approved right now. This is the Hudson elevation. And the Charles Street elevation. E1 is the portion that is the metal transom. F1 and F2 are that back of house door. The white that is there would be the current grayscale, so non-transparent. And the cutouts in the rightmost representation would also be grayscale, so you can't see in the back of house the walk-in freezer. Two more representations on the brick building. And then an example we did in another location, just to see how the vinyl looks. And that's it.
Great. Thank you so much. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Ginsburg?
And I apologize, I had to step out for a second. Is the white is going to be translucent or you can't see through? So I won't be able to see into the store at all?
No, you will be able to see into the store.
Okay,
It will be
thank you.
transparent. We want you to see.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mahan?
This is a question for staff. Are there standards for this, staff standards?
Yes, staff rules do provide options for decals on windows. Generally speaking, it anticipates, signage lettering and not necessarily more abstract graphics, but they are limited 20% of each sort of glazing panel, for one thing. So this exceeds that in a few instances. And, you may see that there are some, as was noted, some fully grayscaled out transoms that the staff rules do allow that more frequently, but again, that's not signage in that case. So the difference here is kind of acting as signage, even though it's abstract. No, if someone wanted to do something abstract and kept it within the 20% limitation, they could, and that could meet the rules. It's just, this happens to be very abstract and it exceeds the 20% limit. In fact, it fully fills out, multiple panels of glass. So per panel, correct. Each transom window, each display window could get 20% of some sort of graphic. No, we don't look at it that way. It's per panel. That's right. Oh, sorry. The other thing that's a little different about this is it is exterior applied, and the rules seek to have it done from the interior side of the glass because it allows you to have a little bit of reflectivity through the glass pane. And I think there are some limitations. I'm not sure if you noted that maybe that can't be done.
Right. The double size I'm not an architect. The double size transom over the back of house door is a metal panel, and therefore it would be a combination of interior and exterior, which we didn't think would be attractive. Yeah.
Right, thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
Is this intended to be permanent or temporary?
It's reversible, meaning it's vinyl and it's removable. It's not a seasonal item. It's something we would want to place during our tenancy.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So is there anybody in this room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Thompson to see if we have any remote participation, remote testimony.
Those on Zoom who wish to offer testimony, please use the raise hand function. I'd seen none. I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends denial. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, so let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Goldblum, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Jefferson, would you second?
So second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Let's see. What's this anyway? Commissioner Wilder, would you like to start this discussion?
Sure. The white was throwing me off for a minute. So I guess we're really just focused on the transoms as a.
I think the focus here is kind of like, you understand it can't be staff level because it exceeds those limitations, but reviewing this now, you can kind of take in the overall amount of the applique here and its design intent and determine if it's appropriate. But I'll reinforce that this is a commission-approved building that's only a year or two old. It's not a historic building or any historic fabric here.
Got you. Yeah, I think because, not thinking about the 20% or percentages, it is with each individual panel and kind of looking at it as a cohesive full facade, I can find it appropriate. I don't think it's like overbearing. I think it fits in. And I like the aspect of it being transparent to be able to kind of see through. I think the rendering doesn't really help it by showing the white.
Right.
But yeah, so I can find it appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kumbay?
I find it appropriate as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu?
I think it's appropriate. If you look at one of the images, you see the cornice is quite a wavy funky building as it is.
Yeah, Commissioner Jefferson?
Appropriate.
Everybody, okay. So does anybody have anything, any other thoughts? Okay, so that's great. Commissioner Wilder, would you like to read this motion?
Sure. In the matter of LPC 25-09464, 540 Hudson Street, Greenwich Village Historic District, a residential building with ground floor storefronts designed by Morris Ajmi Architects and built in 2023. Application is to install vinyl film at display windows. I note that certificate of appropriateness 21-04800 was issued on January 8th, 2021, and a certificate of appropriateness 21-05431 was issued on March 5th, 2021. Approved the demolition of a utilitarian-style gasoline filling station and construction of a new building designed by Morris Ajmi Architects and built in 2023, and that this building is not one for which the historic district was designated. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the film will be easily reversible, and the artwork will relate to the contemporary design of the building while drawing upon references to historic ironwork and streetscape elements throughout the district, that the installation of the decorative film will be limited to the transom, smaller areas of the display windows, and the location of an interior walk-in freezer, thereby retaining significant transparency into the storefront at the majority of the sidewalk level display windows. That applying the film to the exterior will create a unified appearance across the glazed and solid panel conditions, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or historic district.
Thank you. Commissioner Kimbe, would you second that?
Second.
Okay, and Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu. Aye. Commissioner Ginsburg.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Mann.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, motion passes.
Okay, that's approved. Thank you. And now the next item?
Next item is public hearing item number 9, LPC 25-09313, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1274, Lot 7504, 768 Fifth Avenue, the Plaza Hotel, individual and interior landmark. This is a French Renaissance-style hotel designed by Henry Janeway Hardenberg and built in 1905-07, with an addition designed by Warren and Wetmore and built in 1921. The application is to install a vestibule and modify a desk and wall cladding at the 59th Street lobby portion of the interior landmark.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Drew Hartley from Matches and Doyle Partners Architects. All right. In the name of time, I'm going to go through the headings quickly. The Plaza Hotel, I think we all know the building well. Was built in 1905 by Henry Janeway Hardenberg. Specifically, our application today is to talk about modifications to the Central Park South lobby. So that is located on Central Park South. It was the original entry to the hotel. Modifications are to remove a mail room, which is not historic. It's in the green area. We'll get into what all these pieces are shortly. Put back the historic swing doors, historic configuration of wood swing doors that were in the center bay. Add a vestibule on the inside that is not historic, and relocate the front desk back to the historic location of the front desk of the hotel. We have great evidence of historic photos. You can look at these on your own. The point of this is that the original historic condition of this entry was 2 revolving doors on either side and swing doors in the center. The swing doors were never used. We have lots of photos of them being tied shut. We believe they were never used actively because there are elevators directly inside of this, and the stack effect of wind blowing through those doors probably wasn't feasible. That's part of the application that we're coming to with. But we're putting those doors back on the front of this building and recreating the original design here, which we think is appropriate. So the existing conditions today is that center bay is infilled. This was done some time ago, but as you can see, the two revolving doors on either side are the only way you can get into this is the residential entry to the building. There are a lot of conditions that we won't go through in detail today, but there are plenty of things to restore on this portico. The proposed work on the left is the existing condition, and on the right is a proposed rendering of those center doors going back in their original location. And this is the overall view of the proposed condition. There are pieces of it that are essentially that new mail room was inserted on top of everything. There are bolt holes and things, but there's a lot of stone that's still there. Yes. Just looking at the proportions of that historic front door, the photographic evidence shows us the proportions of how big the transom of that door should be. It's not actually a transom, but where the frame of the door should be arranged, and it aligns with the two side bays. So existing demolition drawing of that center non-historic fabric coming out, and the new swing doors, wood swing doors going in. In section, this is a section through the existing mailroom, which you can see here, and the existing front desk that is here. And then the proposed condition is coming up the stairs, going directly into the lobby, and seeing the elevators beyond. This is the historic condition of that lobby in 1907. Interestingly, the centerpiece of furniture there has flowers on top of it. There's a table in that location today with flowers on top of it at all times. And that center axis of the view through those doors and to the elevators is really prominent. It's a prominent part of this lobby, and that's what we're restoring. This is the historic condition of the front desk. That's the front desk of the hotel when you used to come in from Central Park South. That's the location where we're relocating the entry desk. However, when this building was part of the building was turned into condos, there's a mezzanine that was built above this. So it's not exactly the condition that you'll see today. Interestingly, the front doors have been modified several times over the years. This looks like it was a flower shop at one point in time, but there's a lot of different photos of different configurations. We can only speculate why, but they really weren't used as swing doors, which leads us to believe we really need a vestibule there to make this a viable entry to the building. All right, so mailroom there. This is the existing front desk, and the mailroom is right behind that. You can see there's two lighter colored marble panels there that are not historic, and the mirror above it is not historic, but that whole portico still exists, the whole entry of where those doors were originally located. This is the existing condition of the historic front desk of the hotel. It's a concierge desk right now, but we're looking to modify that to make that the permanent front desk. Great pictures of back of house. And this shows some of the extent of some of the details that still exist. You can see there are moldings, there is tile pieces that exist today. So there will be restoration of floors, restoration of the details that have been chopped into, and all of that will be brought back. Okay, so demolition is the non-historic. This seems repetitive. I'm going to speed it up. I think we went over this already. The rendering existing and proposed of the existing front desk on the left and the proposed vestibule on the right. The details of that vestibule are taking off of the existing revolving doors that are next to it, so emulating a lot of those same details. And the overall view, new center vestibule, historic side revolving doors. Go through the line drawings quickly, and back to the front desk. So on the left is the existing condition of the desk. On the right is proposed. The modifications that we're proposing here is to open the two sides. This allows, there's no clear connection. there's a circuitous connection from the back of this desk around back of house into the lobby. But opening up those two sides of the desk allows a doorman to go get the door, to assist someone with packages, and going through the back of house really isn't feasible, just the way this desk works. So we're proposing both of those side pieces to come down. We talked about it before. The historic conditions of this area have changed a lot over time. There's a lot of pieces here that are not historic, including the mirror that is above. And this is our overall proposed condition for that. Of note, the back wall right now is a lot of faux painted plaster, and it will go to marble. This is a view from the Palm Court, from the other public spaces of the hotel. There are no changes from that side. We'll be blocking off windows, but there's no change to the historic fabric. Okay, so to make this desk work, the stone on it will be salvaged and put onto a new frame, and those two side pieces will come down. I'm going to skip through these. So, summary. Front desk, new location, but it's the historic location of the front desk of the hotel. New vestibule in the center, but it's the historic condition of the swing doors in the center. And then from the exterior, really restoring what was here originally in 1905 in the original design of the building.
Michael, thank you for speeding it along. That was very considerate. I appreciate it. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, can you go back to the view of the desk, which will be the new reception? Okay. Beyond an existing, I can see through the left side. Is that being enclosed?
Yes,
I'm
so
confused there.
we're putting a new wall on the lobby side to enclose that, so that from the hotel side you can't see the back of the desk, kind of the workings of the desk.
Does that
goes towards the oak bar, that hallway out there.
Is that just a dead end, like on the desk side, or does it turn the corner around that?
With a plan.
Yeah, do you have a plan that can?
Commissioners, just so you know.
Okay, I see it.
This wall is.
That's the wall that you're putting in to block that window out.
Correct.
And this is outside of the designated interior space. So the designated interior space is from the counter towards the lobby. Everything behind the counter is outside of the designated space.
Outside the designated landmark space?
Designated
Yes.
interior.
All right, okay, the interior landmark space, got it.
Commissioner Goldblum?
So tell me a little bit about that mirror over the top of you said it's not historic, but when you showed the photo of the hallway, it had that detail. So where did they come up with that, and what's its tie-in? And second to that is the marble that you're proposing to put into it, is that meant to match one of the other marbles? And if so, which one?
So the mirror that is there right now, there are a couple of motifs that exist in 3 or 4 different areas around the lobby, but all of those came in when it was converted to condos. It emulates historic elements of the rest that are details in the rest of the building, but it came in at a much later date.
The marble that's at the background that you're proposing to replace the mirrors with, which marble is that supposed to match with?
It is not supposed to be a direct match of the historic marbles.
It's in a space that has probably 3 or 4 different marbles, you're going to go for number 5?
It has 40 marbles and it's 41.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Mann?
Why are you making the desk taller?
That is a great question. There are elements of the front desk. There are screens and monitors and keys that have to be program elements that need to fit back there.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
Sorry. I am an aficionado of reception desks and the desire not to see the back of the monitor sticking over the top of the desk, which I gather is the purpose of this overhang. I've done the same myself, but I'm skeptical that your 10-inch dimension is going to be sufficient for that. So, which leads me to the question, if you're going to have the monitor sticking up behind the desk anyway, what is the purpose of hiking the desk?
Good question.
Not meant to be a gotcha.
Yeah, no.
Purely,
I think the intention here is to
trying to
hide
understand.
all of the equipment
Okay.
and to not see that coming in the
Okay.
door. And that is why it was raised. But we can certainly look at
Fair
the,
enough.
at the details there
I,
to make sure.
I have a related
Well-
question that's more important, which is accessibility.
That's where I was going.
Too high for accessibility.
You're going to need a lower
Oh.
part to meet accessibility code.
Yes. So something we didn't talk about is there is another desk in the lobby, which is furniture, which will be staffed at full times, which is the way we're getting around that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's go. I think that we're done with questions. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on this item? Please come.
News, John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. Victorian Society is happy to support the changes the applicant are proposing for the 59th Street entrance and lobby. However, we believe they are missing a chance to bring this historic designated interior closer to its original condition. It so happens I worked at the Plaza Hotel for the last architectural firm that renovated it for Westin Hotels between 1984 and 1988. I was there almost every working day in a little office under the roof. At that time, the lobby tile floors had their original muted natural finish. In 1988-89, when the Trump organization bought the hotel, they made the decision to seal the stone floors with a heavy molasses-thick coating of what looked like urethane. It added the Trump glitter effect and destroyed the historic appearance of the tile floors. The floors can be glimpsed at the beginning of the 1959 Alfred Hitchcock movie, North by Northwest. We submitted a photograph of that, which was filmed at the hotel. Cary Grant is seen in several shots crossing the lobby. I also have a sample of the historic tile floor. It was removed from an area of the hotel when it was core drilled. I have submitted a picture taken from the film and a shot of the historic tile floor. And I also just gave Stephen a picture of historic tile from a 1908 church interior in Brooklyn, which is a designated landmark, not the interior, just the church. Drawing 37 includes a list of the proposed work, which includes remove and dispose of non-historic front desk and new mosaic tile floor behind the desk. And Drew just mentioned that they were going to be refinishing the floors. All the work there will require repairs to the historic stone floor under the desk and work to join the new and old mosaics. We urge the applicants to take this opportunity when the lobby is under construction to remove the non-historic sealant and restore the stone floors. We are aware that the original tile floors extend throughout a very large area of the public rooms on the ground floor, but historic restoration is often done over a period of years. This would be a start. And we see in photo 32 that there are doors between the lobby and the hotel corridor, which will provide a visual break until all the floors can be redone. Thank you, commissioners. If you wish, let this be passed around.
Thank you so much, John. And now I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Thompson to see if we have any remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 5 recommends approval.
Nobody. Okay. It looks like we're good. I don't think you don't have any comments. Okay.
No.
No final questions?
Well,
Oh, final questions?
Do you think you can look at restoring the floors as was just mentioned?
we certainly can look into it. This is great historical evidence.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just real quick, I wanted to note before the discussion that even though Drew did show the exterior restoration work, that is all being reviewed at staff level. There's great existing materials to match and refer to, as well as excellent, clear historic photographs. So he showed it to you so you understand what's going on in the interior, but that's staff level work.
Okay, so let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Chu, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that?
Oh, second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Fortunately, we actually have a commissioner who has some experience with interior historic landmarked hotels. Commissioner Mayen, would you like to start this one?
Sure. Yeah, this looks pretty straightforward. You know, almost completely restorative, save for the addition of a completely necessary and responsible vestibule, which is just need to bring this building, you know, to today's sort of standards of efficiency. The vestibule looks great. You know, the removal of the mailroom, the reintroduction of the doors from the exterior is great. The selection of materials there is great. So all of that, I think, is quite straightforward and very welcome and beautiful. The reception desk, you know, opens a couple other questions. I'm, you know, not quite convinced about the height and the resultant sort of doubling of the bullnose because of that height. You know, if there's going to be, you know, I think you're redoing this, you ought to aim for eliminating the visibility of all the clutter. So that might mean changing the height, which I think could be acceptable. But I think you could look at, you know, exactly how the section of the backside of the desk is detailed. That could certainly be handled with staff. I think perhaps the second bullnose is not required. That could be looked at with staff as well. I'm okay personally with eliminating or creating openings on both sides of the desk. Functional quality of that and maintain symmetry. I think that's okay. And I'm personally okay with the transom above in marble. Curious to hear what other commissioners have to say, but you know, lots of change in that particular area. I think there could be several appropriate solutions. I think this is one of them, and it draws from you know, direct precedent in the space as well. So overall, always very good to have our interior landmarks well cared for and brought, you know, up to today's needs as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Thanks. I agree very much with Commissioner Mann, and specific, the vestibule is fine. The revolving doors is the basis for the design for the vestibule. I think was the right move. I would strongly encourage in a restorative effort the restoration of a round couch, the center instead of the table, if that's possible. It's one of those things that you always see in historic photographs and you never see in real life, and they're just so representative of hotel lobbies, but not a topic of our proceedings here. I think that the modifications to the desk are fine as Commissioner Mann discussed. I would just add, number one, it's shown in the renderings, but let's make sure that the staff covers it, that the mosaic floor pattern extends into that niche. Number two, that the ceiling of the of that niche, which is now going to be looks like it's going to be different. That be looked at for harmony with the lobby, and I think that 41 marbles is enough. Find one that you think is that's you and the staff think is appropriate, and work off of that. I think the marble's okay. I agree that the bullnose is weird. I think you're going to have to raise it even higher if you really want to hide those monitors, or sink them in, or some combination of those things. But yeah, I think that maintaining the height of the existing desk with the molding and then doing something else above it is the way to go. And I don't think it should try to kind of replicate that bullnose. I think that's just odd.
Okay,
And kudos on the floor restoration.
Commissioner Jefferson?
Yeah, I think the vestibule is well done. I think the south entry is fine. I think if you look at the right-hand image and the left-hand image, the right-hand image is quite handsome. And I think they did a good job in that image.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, in general, I'm in agreement. Just minor comments. The vestibule in the lobby, I'm fine with. Like, it's appropriate. And looking at this desk, I concur with all the comments made to date that the flooring has to be coordinated with the desk itself. The double bullnose feels a little bit awkward. One couple comments. I'd be open to this, but I don't know why there's the need to introduce new column pilasters within the niche and not just keep the existing 3 panels and put one on the left. I do think it complicates it by introducing more column locations or suggestions of column locations. The other thing is, Michael's comment about the soffit is very important. Most of the time at human eye level, you're looking up at the ceiling, and it will be really unsatisfying to see a flat sheet rock, white painted ceiling there. It feels like it wants to emulate some of the vaulting effect of the historic. Yeah, there must be a cove or a pop-up. I also just think that the frame around the marble over the desk is odd. It looks like an empty frame. I would almost be fine with just a simple marble volume there, and let the frame and ornamental be the top upper portion. All this was open before. It's an added mezzanine that's infilled it in. Other than that, I think it's fine. A great restoration, and the facade work is beautiful to bring it back. That mailroom was really did disservice to this building.
Thank you. Commissioner Kembe?
Overall, I find what's proposed to be appropriate, and I follow behind my commissioners in the comments that they made, and making sure as these potential upgrades are made that the detail and care be taken just for the nuances that surround.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I agree with fellow commissioners' comments. Find appropriate.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ginsburg? Thank you. Commissioner Mayon, do you feel comfortable reading it in with some of the slight modifications, working with staff on the details? Thank you.
In the matter of LPC 25-09313 768 Fifth Avenue, the Plaza Hotel, an individual and interior landmark. A French Renaissance style hotel designed by Henry Janeway Hardenberg and built in 1905 to 1907, with an addition designed by Warren Wetmore and built in 1921. Application is to install a vestibule and modify a desk and wall cladding at the 59th Street lobby portion of the interior landmark. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the replacement of the modern counter, flooring, and related fixtures with a wood and glass vestibule enclosure will help restore the historic circulation and paving materials to the lobby, while also providing weather protection and energy efficiency. that the vestibule will feature stained wood, clear glass, and veined marble, matching historic materials and finishes found at and around the lobby entrances. That the vestibule's profiles, details, and level of articulation will relate well to the high style of the lobby without drawing undue attention to it. That the vestibule will be well scaled to the entrance and lobby and correspond to the scale of prominent framed openings and doors within the lobby. That modestly increasing the height of the historic marble counter to support modern needs will support the reuse of this historic feature without eliminating any significant architectural features of the countertop, and that the proposed flooring at the new openings will match the adjoining historic mosaic tiles in terms of material and finish. I further recommend that the applicant work with staff on the detailing of the marble transom above the desk, that the applicant work with staff on the detailing of the desk, both in terms of the top portion profile, as well as the integration of technology into the back of the desk. Got it all.
Great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that?
Second.
Okay. No, do we do? Yeah. Oh, okay. John, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Mayen.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
Thank you. That's been approved. Please continue to work with staff. Okay. I think Corey's going to read an item into the record.
We are going to end the day with that item, but before we do, just a bit of housekeeping. I'm going to read into the record the last two items that we were not able to get to today. Those are public hearing items number 10 and 11. Number 10 is LPC 26-01026 75 East 77th Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. Number 11, LPC 26-02908 710 Madison Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District. Again, we are reading those into the record today, and they will be presented at a future public hearing date.
Great. So that concludes our public hearing and public meeting for today, October 28th, 2025. Thank you all for your participation, and we will see everybody on Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 for our next public hearing. Thanks.